like to call the meeting to order and welcome everyone to the LaVergne Planning Commission March 26, 2024 meeting at 6 p.m. We do have a quorum. First item of business is to approve the meeting minutes from the February 27th, 2024 regular meeting and March 12th, 2024 workshop.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve. Mayor Cole, we have a second?
Second.
We have a second, Mr. Moeller. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed. We do have one speaker this evening on our public comment period, Ms. Kim Gentry, in regards to the zoning ordinance and map. If you'd please come to the podium, ma'am. We'll give you 3 minutes or so to speak.
Kim Gentry, 1047 Waldron Road. Per my tracking and review of PC agendas, meetings, and supplemental documents, it's my understanding that the current status of the new zoning ordinance and map is being reviewed by legal prior to recommendation to BOMA. Being actively involved in the special PC sessions dating all the way back to summer 2022 regarding the project, I find it unfathomable that this committee cannot establish guidelines, parameters, and deadlines for changes or modifications to this project and approve it for recommendation. This project has been ongoing since late 2020 in an effort to update the zoning for the city to create areas with compatible zonings and standardize the city's ordinances to, quote, manage growth and development, end quote. Obviously, now after 2 years of delay, our growth has multiplied and we remain, quote, behind the curve, end quote. With the continued delay, this project now seems more of a tool to persuade and manipulate citizens. In September 2022, at a special session, there was a huge push for this project to come before BOMA for a first and second reading in October and November, just prior to the mayoral election. In the meantime, just before the election, some behind-the-scenes changes were made to the map in an effort to appease the South Waldron community. Then suddenly, the zoning ordinance and map project disappeared from all committee and public conversation. Spring 2023 library public meetings were held for citizens to review the current map at that time and inquire as to the status of their own personal property, and subsequently request to either maintain current zoning or make changes. As noted in the special meetings of the Planning Commission in August of 2022, with discussion with Melissa Pigler with Volcourt, who is the hired outside consultant, and the Planning Commission, requests would be heard, but changes would not be made parcel by parcel, but rather entire areas would be considered. Otherwise, the project's overall purpose would be defeated. Yet, in January 2024, Mayor Cole noted per the minutes that the PC had continued to approve all requests to date and would continue to hear them and do so. In a public hearing in February 2023, I personally had spoken asking the Planning Commission if procedures were in place for citizen zoning requests and if criteria had been established for approval or denial to allow for fairness and total transparency in the process. There were none. Obviously, now a year later, it is a free-for-all, and the initial intent of the new zoning ordinance and map has been lost. With another election coming this fall, again, the zoning issue appears to be a manipulator for appeasing citizens. It is known that some prospective alderman candidates are discussing with citizens to make zoning requests to not only make campaign promises, but to obtain the personal agendas of the current administration. It is my request that simple steps be ignited by this commission. 1, set a deadline for the legal review and make the recommendation to BOMA. 2, publish up-to-date zoning information on the website, which is currently over a year old. 3, make final notice to the public and set the dates for the first and second readings with BOMA and approve the zoning project no later than early summer of 2024, so that this project can no longer be used as a voting influencer in the upcoming election. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. With that, we will move on to item number 3. Preliminary plat, Blair Ridge, one lot on 15.80 acres, requested by SEC Inc. Property located on Blair Road, tax map 29, parcel 21.01, R3 High Density Residential Zoning District, property owned by 303B Partners. Mr. Logan.
Thanks. This is a request for the preliminary plat approval for Blair Ridge, and Kimley Horn's requesting this approval on behalf of their client. This Blair Ridge project is on a parcel that's approximately 16 acres. And of course, the purpose of this plat is to create a new lot to make way for residential development that is in preparation for a new townhome development. And that item will be next on the agenda. There is a new road that is proposed internally, and this road will be installed by the developer, and this is called out to be a private road as well. So looking at the screen, you can see the map. Property's outlined there in blue. This is adjacent to High Point 24, which is a large industrial complex there to the east and northeast that continues to build out. And it is also next to an existing mobile home park located on the southern boundary. And of course, Portico Place is the single-family development across the road to the east that's been under construction for about 3, maybe 4 years now. So here's a closer view. You can see the property was mostly vacant. There was one house. I believe that's a shed. The house is here with a brown roof. And then just scattered wooded areas. Other than that, the parcel is vacant. And the zoning map, you can see the green color is for R3, which allows all types of multifamily development, including townhomes. So these are some site photos. And in the distance, you can see the existing house that's 1 story, as well as the scattered trees that I mentioned earlier. And this is another photo of the driveway that leads up to the house, the asphalt driveway from Blair Road. So then this is the plat. Of course, it was submitted in your packet. That shows the new lot that's being created, as well as the easements. So the easements are an important part of this platting process as well. And I believe there's not any planning comments. I believe there's some for Mr. Lyde, so I'll turn over to him.
Thank you, sir.
And just a quick correction, the people who submitted this was SEC rather than Kimley Horn. All engineering comments were addressed. However, I would like to make sure that the developer understands that this project is joined at the hip with the sewer that serves the mobile home park next door, even though it's off-site. And we won't be granting a land disturbance permit for this property until we have in hand a land disturbance permit application for that sewer line as well, or joined together as one. And that's it. No other comments.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from the board?
Chairman, do you want to pull the applicant up and just to make sure he agrees with that?
Please, sir. Name and address for the record, sir.
Matt Taylor of SEC, 850 Middle Tennessee Boulevard, Murfreesboro, Tennessee. Yes, we 100% agree with that. The trailer park soils are actually, for their septic system, are actually on our site, so we 100% know we've got to get their sewer going to the manhole before we can start work.
Very good. Any further questions or comments?
I'll make a motion to accept as submitted.
We have a motion to accept as submitted. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Next item, item number 4. Site plan, Blair Ridge, 141 dwelling units and 26 buildings requested by SEC, Inc. Property located on Blair Road, tax map 29, parcel 21.01, R3 High Density Residential Zoning District, property owned by 303B Partners. Mr. Logan.
This is the request for the site plan approval at Blair Ridge. And again, you can see the same map on the screen. It shows the property, and I'll zoom in so you can see a little bit closer there. So with this site plan, they are proposing 141 dwelling units, and those will be arranged in 26 buildings, and each building would be 2 stories tall, as shown in the plans. The city's parking requirement is 423 spaces, and that's 3 spaces required for each unit. And this concept plan was submitted before the change to the zoning ordinance, which amended the parking, so they're under the old rules for parking, so that's why there's so many parking spaces. So 423 are required, and the applicant is showing 466 proposed spaces. And that includes 2 ADA spaces. And I'll skip through these pictures since we just saw those. Here is the zoning map again. And now this is the site plan. So you can see here, 26 buildings that I mentioned, how they're arranged, and each of those will be 2 stories tall. And they do have the dog park and the mail kiosk areas are located basically in the center of the development. And a little bit closer view, you can see there are 2 entrances off of Blair, of course. So you can see those there. And then this is the north part of the parcel that shows the rest of the buildings. And of course, we've been working with SEC on this several months, so there's not any
I have no comments.
planning comments left. I believe Mr. Lyde, he doesn't have any, so that completes the report. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any questions or comments from the board on this item? We'll entertain a motion.
Motion to accept as submitted.
We have a motion to accept. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Item number 5 and number 6 have been deferred, correct, Mr. Logan?
That is correct.
Thank you. On to item number 7. Site plan, 400 Sand Hill Road, vehicle storage lot on 2.97 acres requested by 615 Design Group. Property located at 400 Sand Hill Road, tax map 14, parcel 65, I-1 Light Industrial Zoning District. Property owned by 470 Dick Buchanan LLC. Mr. Logan.
Thanks. So this is the request for the site plan at 400 Sand Hill Road. And this applicant is paving over some gravel that is located on the site. This item basically was created through the codes department because it was brought to the attention of the city staff that there was never a formal site plan that was ever submitted for this property, and it basically just became a parking area without ever going legally to the planning commission. So basically that created a code situation. There is a new owner involved, which is now why the site plan is coming before us. So it is, the use is vehicle storage and parking, and this submittal is intended to help rectify some of those past issues. So you can see here on the lot, and I'll zoom in, there's a lot of parking for that site. So you can see the amount of trailers that are on there. So we're looking right here in this area that's outlined in blue. So basically, it's tractor trailer parking with a gravel surface today. Here's the zoning map. So again, it's this parcel here that I'm pointing to. So I-1 is light industrial zoning. So I-1 zoning does allow vehicle storage such as what is being proposed. So here's some photos of the site. You can see there's really not a surface at all. It's just on this particular day, it was a lot of rain with puddles and ponding throughout the site. But you can see the vehicles there that are parked. And then here's another view of the site with some runoff from past rains and drainage there that you can see. And then here's another photo with the existing fencing, and it looks like some type of makeshift office there that's on the site. And then this picture is looking west down Sand Hill, so you'd be looking back toward Nashville, Davidson County. But you can see the ditches here that are existing today, steep ditches, and you can also see the culverts here at the driveway entrance. And then here's a sunny photo. Now this is looking in the opposite direction from the other photo, so this is looking more east, back toward Smyrna. And you can just see some of the drainage and water. So here's an area where water is draining off the site. So this is the site plan that's been submitted. That's the existing conditions. So this is the site plan sheet. They're not proposing any buildings at this time, so that takes a certain layer off of the site plan. But they are proposing other improvements, including some stormwater improvements. Right now, there's no planning comments, but I don't know if they
No,
satisfy all of.
All engineering comments were addressed.
Okay, so all of engineering's addressed, so that completes the report.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any questions or comments from the board?
Make a motion to accept as submitted.
We have a motion to accept as submitted.
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Item number 8, combination plat, Trinidad Benham, 2 lots on 17.64 acres requested by Alex Dickerson. Property located at 140 and 148 International Boulevard. Tax map 17, parcels 2.03 and 2, I-2 Heavy Industrial Zoning District. Property owned by Trinidad Benham. Mr. Logan.
So this is combination plat, request for approval at Trinidad Benham. And this is 2 lots that are going to be joined together with this plat, and the total acreage is 17.64. And you can see the property here is on the screen. So this very large building here is the Trinidad Benham facility. And then this is the City of LaVergne Public Works property with the various buildings on the Public Works property. And then this is Hurricane Creek. This area here where there's no pavement and no buildings is Hurricane Creek. So that kind of lays out the generalities of the site. The Waldron Road is here off just to the right, which is to the east. So in this photo, you can see Waldron Road come in view. And again, this is Trinidad Benham with the long roof here, and then Hurricane Creek off to the west. So this is photo. This would be the west side of the Trinidad building. So just off to your left here, left of the image would be the City of LaVergne Public Works property out of the photo. So this is the plat that was submitted. Again, it's approximately 17.6 acres, and it's a fairly simple request at this point since they're just joining 2 existing lots. And that completes the report. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? If none, we will entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion to approve and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Item number 9, preliminary plat Lake Woods Phase 11, 19 lots on 6.52 acres, property located off Earlene Jones Drive. Tax map 6, parcel 2.01, requested by Womble and Associates, R2 Medium Density Residential Zoning District. Mr. Logan.
So this is a preliminary plat request for the Lakewood subdivision, and this is Phase 11 of Lakewoods. And they are proposing 19 lots on 6.52 acres. So on the screen, the property's there in the middle. And this plat was actually in front of the Planning Commission and approved by the Planning Commission in November of 2022, but the plat expired before any work could be done. So that's the reason that they're requesting approval again. So if it looks familiar, it is been in front of you before. So zooming in, you can see Erling Jones Drive is here to the bottom left of the photo, and that entire parcel in blue is the 6.5 acres. So you can see it's just a heavily wooded lot right now. And then the zoning map shows the R2 zoning, which is medium density residential, and that R2 zoning extends all around the property. So here's some photos of Erling Jones Drive, and you can see all of the wooded area around it. And then this is a slightly different photo, again showing the property as it stands today. So this is the plat that was submitted by the applicant. So you can see the existing road here, Erling Jones Drive, and then the developer is proposing to come off of that to the east with a new street, and then build an additional street that runs up to the north, since this is a really narrow parcel north to south. That's really the only option, is to have a road that runs up the center. So then there'll be lots created off either side of that north and south street. And each street on this plan is shown with a cul-de-sac. And they have labeled, the applicant labeled this street that's coming off to the south, I think it's called Colonel Ralph Yates Drive. They are showing right there a note for a possible future street extension if and when the parcel behind here develops. And what else do we have? I believe that's, I don't think there's any comments left on this one either. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any questions for staff? If none, we'll entertain a motion.
Make a motion to accept as submitted.
A motion to accept is submitted. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Item number 10, site plan Sandhill Villas, 7 lots on 0.87 acres requested by Brian Hamilton. Property located at 441 Sandhill Road, tax map 14, parcel 48, R3 High Density Residential Zoning District. Property owned by Murad Taki. Mr. Logan.
So this site plan for Sandhill Villas was also in front of you last year in August, and the concept plan and preliminary plat were approved at that time. There's not a significant change in the layout with this item tonight, but there is a retaining wall that has come up from the engineer for this project, and they, after staff reviewed that request, we felt since that retaining wall was not in the original submittal and wasn't reviewed by this body, that it would be appropriate to bring it back here and let you all see the retaining wall. So that's the main item of the reason that this is on the Planning Commission agenda. So just recapping, this is a really small site. It's 0.87 acres. And you can see here it's in the center of the property. The property's in the center of the photo, and it does front Sand Hill Road for the entire length of the parcel. So I think there's roughly 250 or 300 feet of frontage there. On the zoning map, you have to look really intently or you'll miss it, but it's just right where I'm pointing, that very small rectangle of 0.87 acres. So it is zoned R3, of course. And then here's a photo that shows the townhomes that have been built around it in the last, really the last 2-3 years. I think most of these were finished. So that'd be just to the north of this site and west. So there are a lot of townhomes already in this area. And there's a photo of the silt fence that runs along Sand Hill. So this is Sand Hill Road at the top of the image. And then there's another photo of Sand Hill looking back east. So here are the 7 lots laid out, and of course each of them has a driveway with parking in the front, and then there's the proposed road or more or less a driveway that would access all 7 lots. And that helps with safety concerns on Sand Hill for traffic entering and exiting the road. The retaining wall is north of these lots. It's this line running east and west here. So that marks the retaining wall. And it does vary in height. You probably remember the discussion 2 weeks ago, but I think it varies in height from about 4 feet to 7 feet. So for now, that completes the report, but I'll turn it over to Mr. Lyde. Thanks.
Okay, Mr. Hamilton, on his detail of how to build the wall, has added the note, entire wall to have brick face on both sides, and he also added a handrail and guardrail at the top.
Good. Thank you, sir. Any questions or comments from the board?
Gary, so this does address your one comment on here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. With that, I'll make a motion to accept as submitted.
A motion to accept. We have a second.
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. On to item number 11. Preliminary plat, Villages at Woodland Hills, 85 lots in common area on 48.05 acres requested by SEC Inc. Property located off of East Woodland Hills Drive, tax map 29, parcel 23 and 23.01, R2 medium density residential zoning district, property owned by Bob Parks. Mr. Logan.
So this is a request by SEC for the preliminary plat approval. This is the village at Woodland Hills. And this property also was here last year, like a few of them tonight. And since that time that the preliminary plat was approved here, the applicant made some changes. One of those changes is instead of 2 sections, now there's just one large preliminary plat with 85 lots. Formerly, there was 2 sections with roughly 40 lots on each section. But they are resubmitting, and you can see the property on the screen. It's more or less shaped in like a backward C or reverse C, but this property does touch I-24, and it is a heavily wooded site as well. This is Park 24, also to the east and southeast. So the 2 developments are not, well, they'll end up touching. They're not far apart now, but when this is finished, the 2 developments will touch. So they are proposing, of course, this is all single-family development, and it is R2 zoning, so the lot size is a minimum 10,000 square feet per lot, and you can see the zoning here on the screen. The darkest red color or brick color is R2 zoning. And then photos, you can see there's several stub-out streets that have been existing for a long time that stub out into this property, so that's what you're seeing here. And then more wooded areas behind the existing homes. Another stub-out street with a basketball goal. So this is the plat that was submitted, and you can see on this slide, this is the master plan, but you can see how the homes will sort of wrap around in that backward C shape, and they'll extend all the way from I-24 back through the wooded parcel. So this is an up-close look. This is the northern part of the 85 lots. So here's I-24 and the right-of-way next to the development. And then, of course, we have, as you move further south, you have these lots arranged around the new street would be called Bob Simon Drive. And then the remaining area here with the rest of the homes and the rest of the lots. And I think all of the comments have already been addressed by the applicant. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have anything for us, Ms. Lotto? Gary?
No, sir.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? We'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve as submitted.
We have a motion to approve as submitted.
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Item number 12 has been withdrawn, Mr. Logan.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Item number 13, final plat, Aldi, 3 lots totaling approximately 8 acres requested by DSG, property located at Murfreesboro Road and Veterans Memorial Park Way, tax map 14, parcel 72.04, C2 Highway Service Zoning District, property owned by Richland South LLC. Mr. Logan.
Thank you. So this is the request for the final plat for Aldi. And this plat is being prepared for a future grocery store, of course, which is Aldi. And that site plan was approved last year as well. And the new store is approximately 19,400 square feet when it is built. So the purpose of this plat is to establish all the necessary easements for public utilities as well as the stormwater detention areas. I'll move into the slides. So on this photo, you can see this is Veterans Memorial Drive where it meets Murfreesboro Road, and then to the left is Lillian Buchanan Drive where it meets Murfreesboro. So the post office is showing here on the left side of the image, and then this is the Mid-South Carpenters Trade School, which is just now about a year old, so a new building here. And then as you zoom out, you can see lots and lots of townhomes back here adjacent and behind the Aldi site and the surrounding or new parcels that will be developed with the whole project. And then, of course, as you move on down, this is Floyd Mayfield Drive and the existing traffic light. And then Dunkin' Donuts is on the corner. So this property is right here in the center of this image, and it is our, C2, which is Highway Service Commercial, as is most all of the property along Murfreesboro Road today, with the exception of a few parcels. So here's a photo of the lot and another photo of the lot. This is taken at Veterans Memorial Drive. So Murfreesboro Road is here to the left, and then the stop sign here for Veterans Memorial. So there's been a lot of renditions, as you know, they've been going back and forth the last couple weeks. So on the screen should be the latest and the item that's been in your packets. So this shows Lot 1, which will be at the corner of Veterans Memorial Parkway and Murfreesboro Road, and that lot will be the location of the future Aldi store. And then off to the northwest would be proposed Lot 2 and proposed Lot 3, which will come in on a later submittal. But adjacent to this grocery store lot for Aldi will be the stormwater easement area, and it's roughly 1.9 acres, and that's part of this final plat as well. And
I do have some.
yeah, I'll turn it over to Mr. Lyde now. Thank you.
Okay, so the performance bond is included along with the final plat, so I just wanted to get into the record that the performance bond is $753,910.56 is what they've submitted for approval, and there are 3 signed bids to go along with this. This is higher than 2 out of those 3, so it meets all of our standards.
Thank you, sir. I would assume I'd have a question for Mr. Cope. Would we have to have a separate agenda item for bond amount, or can we include it?
No, you can be included.
Thank you. It's the first time for me, so. With that, any questions or comments? If none, we will entertain a motion.
I make a motion to accept, or I'm sorry, to approve the final plat and accept the bond amount of $753,910.56.
Perfect. We have a motion to accept as stated. A second? Mr. Coates? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. And our final item is item number 14, and we have the pleasure of having Mr. Bruce Richardson with us this evening. So we look forward to hearing from you, sir.
Well, if I had something to give you, I would give it to you, but I do not have an updated bond list at this time, so we will have to wait until next month for that update.
Thank you, sir. Good to see you, sir. With that, thank you, everyone. Meeting adjourned.
sure to clap really loud so we can get started with the show. Louder! Hey, it's great to see everybody at the library. I brought a little water to cool everybody off on this hot day as we make a splash in the library. Try not to squirt any babies. A little bit of water. Oh my goodness, excuse me, sir. Working hard, that scout is working hard. Oh my goodness, excuse me. Make it grow, Dad. Make it grow. A little bit of water for everybody back over this way. Oh, and everybody up front too. Oh, that's even more disgusting. Pardon me. Hey, is everybody happy? No, is everybody happy? If you're ready for a great time, say, I'm ready. I'm ready. You know what? They say a smile is just a frown turned upside down. We're going to turn our downside up. So everybody help me. Shake out your hands. Put one finger in the air. Turn to the person on your left side. That's that side. Tap them on the shoulder and say, hello, friend. Hello, friend. Be careful. Turn to the person on this side. Tap them and say, hello, friend. Hello, friend. Just remember there's a million things that you can do at the library. You can come on in all the way around that way. We have plenty of room on the floor over here. I need somebody to help you with a magic trick on stage. Would that be you, sir? Come on down right there. Clap loud for that young man as he comes this way. Oh, you gotta clap louder than that. You might be next. Hello, hello. Stand right there. Smile. You're in show business. What is your name? Ethan. Everybody say howdy, Ethan. Ethan, I've got two handkerchiefs, a yellow one and a red one. We're going to tie them together, Ethan, with a good knot. That's the best way to tie things is with a knot. Does that look like a pretty good knot, Ethan? I tell you what, you hold on to those two handkerchiefs. Perfect. And I'll get out my super summer, where did I put them? So, sunglasses. Here they are. What do you think, everybody? They're perfect for making a splash at the library. You don't have to worry about breaking them. That's for sure. On the count of three, you say go, and Ethan and I are going to do a cool trick with those sunglasses and those handkerchiefs. Ethan, hold them tight. Here we go. On the count of three, say go. 1, 2, 3, go. Just remember, there's a million things that you can learn to do. Whoa. The library. Ethan, did it work? I think it did. Look, 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 look. Whoa. How about a hand for Ethan? Turn around, Ethan. Turn around. Ladies and gentlemen, the next American Idol. Take a bow, Ethan. He's humble, too. Clap loud for my friend Ethan. He did a great job. Thank you, buddy. Hey, welcome, Mom and Dad. Welcome, grandmothers and grandfathers, to the show. We're so glad that you're here today. Before we go any further, and before we do anything else, we need to make sure we're all ready to start as a group. So everybody, shake out your hands. This includes the grown-ups back there in the cheap seats. Just shake out your hands. Put your hands right in front of you. Good, good, good. Lower your hands a little higher. Put them right in front of you. I'm sorry. Some of the humor is for the grown-ups. But obviously that's no good either. You keep your hands like that. I'm going to put my hands like this. Now, when my hands cross, right in the middle, when you see my two hands pass in front of one another like that, at that precise moment in time, I need you to bring your two hands together like this to make a clapping sound. Let's try it. So my hands cross once, you clap once. My hands cross twice, you clap twice. My hands don't cross, you don't clap. You got it. Cooperation. Big word. Needs to work together. Let's try it. Ready, set. That was okay your first time, but some of you were a little bit early. Lots of you were a little bit late. And some of the grown-ups were going like this. But I'm not pointing any fingers at those ladies over there. Hello, ladies over there. Let's try it. Hands up. Get ready, get set. With my hands crossed, your hands clap. Ready, set. Oh, but don't clap unless my hands cross, okay? Remember, wait till my hands cross and you clap. Let's try it. All together. Ready, set. More than once. Follow me. Good. Better. Uh-huh. I wasn't dancing, was I? That won't happen again. This time, fast or slow, you follow me. Hey, I've got an idea. Let's do it in slow motion. Are you ready? Slow motion. A little faster. Bad, better, good. Notice how it sounds when we work together. I didn't stop yet. Some of the grown-ups didn't start yet. They're just staring at me. You can do it, sir. Thank you, thank you. Faster, thank you. You're beautiful. Thank you so much. Welcome to our show. Be sure that you laugh and clap while you're at the show today. Please do not wait till you go home to laugh and clap. It'll be too late. You'll be sitting at home later this afternoon, eating your afternoon snack. And all of a sudden you'll think back to the library in LaVergne, and you didn't clap while you were at the show, and you didn't laugh while you were at the show. So right there at your table, you might start going, your mom will think you are loony. You know what? Your mom already thinks you're loony. But we are glad that you're here today. Be sure you laugh and clap. I brought the newspaper with me today, and I was going to read you something out of the newspaper, but I can't find the right piece. Oh, here it is. I got it. Here it is right here. It says, it was about the show. Miss Lorna, did you see this in the paper? I was in the paper about the show. I'm famous. I'm a legend in my own mind. It says, that's not it. Just a minute. Oh, here it is. Here it is, right here. About the show today. It's, that's not it. Just a minute. I must have grabbed the wrong piece. Oh, here it is. It says, that's not it. That's the weather. It says, today in LaVergne, Tennessee, that's where we are, it might rain. It might rain so hard, it could rain cats and dogs. I've never heard of such a thing. Ma'am, have you ever heard of such a thing? It says if it rains cats and dogs, be careful when you leave. You might step in a poodle. A puddle. We're going to have to ask a grown-up for a date on that joke. Let's see. You know what? I must have grabbed the wrong... This is very embarrassing, everybody. I must have grabbed the wrong pieces of paper. I know I put that paper in here somewhere. Would you help me fix this mess? On the count of three, would you say Shazam? 1, 2, 3, Shazam! We'll just start over. That might be a lot better. Oh, now you can clap real loud. Oh, wait. Come on. I know what you're saying. You're saying, better than I thought he was going to be. Let's see. Oh, here it is right here. It says, today at LaVergne, the public library, that's where we are, we're going to have a wonderful show starring the beautiful, starring the talented, gorgeous, good-looking Miss Lorna. Hey! Oh, it's the pink hair, I think. You know what, Miss Lorna, we do want to thank Miss Lorna. She's been working hard all summer to see that you have a great time and all free at the library. I think we should clap loud for Miss Lorna right now. Thank you, Miss Lorna. You know what? She's here to help you learn. The more you read, the more you know, and the more you know, the smarter you grow. Oh, I almost forgot to show you my favorite trick of all time. Ladies and gentlemen, here it is. Watch closely. Watch. 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 I got it. It's alive. Watch. 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 Da-da! It's my watch. It was a joke. You didn't think it was funny? No, Mr. Scott, you just took it off your wrist. Ha, ha, ha. Well, I can tell by the hands on my watch, it's time for me to share with you one of my favorite stories. It's sort of like a fairy tale, but it's for grown-ups, too. Once upon a time, there was a king, and everyone loved the king because he always made the right decisions. The king always knew just exactly what to do. One day, the king made a decree. That's like a law, that anytime his subjects met one another, they had to share something. And way back in those days, what the people had to share were called warm fuzzies. You see, way back then, at birth, every person was given a very special magic bag. And whenever they wished, they could reach inside their magic bag and pull out a warm fuzzy. Well, you might be walking down the street when a total stranger came up to you and said, "You want a warm fuzzy?" And when you said, "Uh-huh," he'd reach inside his bag and pull out a small, round, yellow fuzzy, just about the size of a little girl's hand. But when it saw the light of day, it would bloom and blossom and grow into a large, round, shaggy, warm fuzzy. And as long as when you got it, if you gave it, you'd always get it. You got it? Good. It goes like this. Warm fuzzies are the things we do. Give one, and it would turn to two. Watch. When you are nice to someone, watch. Along your way, watch. The things you do for others. others. Treat them like they're your brothers. Makes this another fuzzy day. Watch, watch, watch. Never mind. I forgot to tell you about her, the mean, miserable hag. She was so mean and miserable, she was not even allowed to live in the land. She was so mean and miserable, the only thing that made her happy was seeing everyone else mean and miserable too. So the mean, miserable hag made up a mean, miserable lie about the warm fuzzies.
You know, if you keep giving away your warm fuzzies, you're going to run out.
I will?
And so will everyone else. Then what will you do?
You mean someday I might reach inside my small, soft, fluffy magic bag and there wouldn't be any warm fuzzies left? At all! That's so sad!
That's it. And once you run out, you won't have any more. So there.
Ew. We're back to our grown-up part. People throughout the land became very careful about giving away their warm fuzzies, even though there was a warm fuzzy every time they reached into their bag. They reached into their bags less and less and less. Soon the people throughout the kingdom noticed a lack of warm fuzzies. They thought perhaps that hag's lie was true. Perhaps there was a shortage. But the king said they had to share something. So the hag came back and sold everybody one of these. They looked like fuzzies at first, but they weren't warm. They were cold. And they weren't soft or fuzzy either. They were hard and they were sharp at the corners. They weren't warm fuzzies at all. They were cold pricklies. And nobody liked pricklies because they're cold and they hurt people. Why, everyone made a big deal whenever they gave away a warm fuzzy. Look at me. But they usually gave a cold prickly instead. Well, the wise king knew he better do something before the warm fuzzies disappeared altogether. So the wise king once again came and called his people all together. And he made yet another royal decree. People of the land and citizens of our schools, something wonderful has happened to the warm fuzzies. Now, every time you give one away, it will become two. One to give and one to keep. So if you want to have a lot of warm fuzzies, give away a lot of warm fuzzies. One brave kid tried it, and he found it worked. Whenever he gave his fuzzy to someone else, he still had it. One to give and one to keep. He could give his warm fuzzy away to anyone, anytime, anywhere, and he always had plenty for himself. That's because he did as the king said. And like the king said in my story, just like at your school, at home, just like on my scroll, warm fuzzies are still around today. You can't see them anymore, but you can feel them. When you do the dishes for your mama without being asked, or take out the trash for your dad, or help a friend or a teacher or a neighbor, whenever you give yourself to help someone else, that's giving away a real warm fuzzy. Would you help me with this? Come quickly. And when that fuzzy snuggles up against them and melts into their skin, hello, would you stand right there for me? When it snuggles up against them and melts into their skin, they feel warm and fuzzy all over. And you know what? So will you. What is your name? Would you hold this two fuzzies for me? Squeeze them tight, comfort. Both hands. Stand right here. Perfect. Everybody say please. And thank you. Open up slowly. How did you do that? Yeah, see. Wow. Hey, you know what? Cold pricklies are still around too, though. When a prickly lands on you, sometimes it hurts all the way inside. And sometimes you feel lonely or embarrassed or angry or confused. Sometimes you just want to cry. Now, there is no law, no man's law anymore that says you have to give warm fuzzies or cold pricklies to anybody. But I'll let you in a little secret. You do and I do, we all do, young and old, short or tall, big or small, all of us, each and every one, give warm fuzzies or cold pricklies every day to everyone we ever meet by the words of our mouth and the attitudes of our heart. I'll let you in another secret. That wise old king, he never did anything special to the fuzzies. He didn't have to, because he knows that love has a magic all its own, and the more you give, the more you receive. How about a hand for that? Wow! Look at them all. Look. A baby. It's a little warm fuzzy. It's a big warm fuzzy. Regular. Super size. Jared before Subway. Jared after Subway. It's a pretty rich Jared. Hey, well, you know what? Whenever I share that warm fuzzy story with boys and girls and moms and dads, they always ask me after the show, Mr. Scott, may I please have a warm fuzzy? Now, depending on where you're from, you might ask that question in different ways. I get to travel all over this great country of ours, and you know we have so many different kinds of people in our great country. When I'm in the South, Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina, even in the northern part of the state of Florida, where I live, people in those areas have little accents in their voice. Maybe you heard this. Maybe you have this. It sounds a little bit like this. Excuse me. Excuse me. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott, I was wondering something. May I please have a warm fuzzy? I love that. Not long ago, I was in a place called New York, the state of New York, and they have a place called Long Island. And there's kids on Long Island. I was there, yeah? Are you from there? I spent a whole week there one night. Yeah. No, I was on Long Island, and the kids, they have accents on Long Island too, don't they? And on Long Island, when they asked me that question, it sounded like this. Hey! Yo! Mr. Scott, can I have a Nerf ball? No matter how you ask the question, though, the answer will be all the same. Whether you're from the south, or the north, or out west, my answer is always the same. No, I can't give these away. I have to use these for my next show later this week in a place called Boca Raton, Florida. Well, you know what? The kids everywhere, moms and dads everywhere, need to remember something, and I do too. And I teach my kids this. That warm fuzzies aren't things you can keep in your hand. You can't keep a warm fuzzy in your pocket, a box, a bucket, or a bag. That's just a story. Real warm fuzzies are respect and goodness kept in your heart. And when you share respect, goodness, and love with those around you, that's giving away a real warm fuzzy. And a real warm fuzzy beats a Nerf ball any day. How about a hand for that? Hey, you know what? Speaking of warm fuzzies and hands, I need somebody to help me with a special magic trick on stage. So put your hand up high and a smile on your face if you'd like to help. Oh my goodness, these are lots of smiles. Look at all these smiles. I see a young lady right down front in the purple. Would you help me, ma'am? Come on down, clap loud for her as she comes this way. Oh, give her a big round of applause. Hello, stand right here. What is your name? Amber. Everybody say howdy, Amber. Nice to meet you, Amber. Thanks for coming today. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you being here. Ooh! I kissed my own hand. That's disgusting. Amber, how old are you? You're 8 years old. What grade will you be in when school starts? 4th grade. You're going to love 4th grade. I spent the best 3 years of my life in 4th grade. It was fantastic. That's not funny, ma'am. I'm still in therapy. Now, Amber, stand right over here for me. Amber going to be in 4th grade. Also, I have a daughter that's going to be in 4th grade, one that's going to be in 6th grade, and a couple more little ones that aren't in school yet. And Amber, where do you go to school? You're going to a new school next year? Wonderful. Well, you know what? I know at school we can make all sorts of great things. In the library this summer, we are making great memories, reading all about the sea, making a splash, and I hope you've been diving into some books. So I brought some tissue paper to make something with. You know what the word origami is? Yeah, that's when you take a piece of paper, you fold it, and you make something. It's the Japanese art of paper folding called origami. And we're going to make something out of this tissue paper. Have you ever gotten a present wrapped in tissue paper like this? For your birthday in a bag? You know what I'm talking about, right? That means they're in a hurry, but they still love you. You know it's true. 2 pieces of tissue paper. One is yellow and green, and one is black. If I have 2 pieces and rip them in half, that makes 4 pieces. Very good. Hold on to that piece, Amber. Hold on to that piece, Amber. Wonderful. Wave your pieces of paper in the air like I'm doing. Very nice. And a loud voice for everyone to hear you, Amber. Say, I am the amazing Amber. Perfect. Try this. I will now perform magic and sleight of hand. And perfect professional polish pro kids prestidigitation. Never mind, I got carried away, sorry. Put your two pieces of paper together, Amber. Hold them at the top. That's the bottom. I'm messing with you, sweet pea, I'm sorry. I'm just teasing you. Tear them in half right down the middle for me, Amber. Just tear them. As best you can, you tear them when I say go. Ready? Set. Are you sure you're not homeschooled? I tell you what, I'm going to tear mine. Tear mine again. I homeschool my kids. Tear them again. Actually, my wife does. I'm the principal. Tear them again. Tear it one more time. Hey-ya! You are the Karate Kid. You know what you made? All the moms know. We made a mess. All the dads are going, who's going to clean that up? That sums up marriage right there. Now, we're going to recycle this mess. Amber, hold on to all those pieces. We're going to recycle them. We're going to make something out of them. But first, we're going to need a magic word. Who has a magic word for me? Do you have one? Yes? Have a banana. That's a good one. Do you have one? Just a minute. Have a banana? What did you say? Oh, abracadabra. I thought she said have a banana. No, thank you, sweet pea. I already had a banana for breakfast, lunch, and apparently dinner. That's no ordinary banana, Amber. That's my top secret experimental from 3 Mile Island and NASA banana. It's my iBanana 4.0. It's ringing. I'll answer it. Yellow. Hang tight, grown-ups. These are about to get a lot worse. See if you can catch all 9 of them. Who is this? Really? It's Bob Dole. Hey, Bob. Really? He said he thinks my act has appeal. Hey, Bob. Thanks a bunch. What? Really? He's going to put my Nana on the phone. Hi, Nana. Everybody say, hi, Nana. Hi, Nana. No, LaVergne. No, Shirley is not here. That was the little Chiquitas. Listen, Nana, I'm in the middle of a show. This is getting rotten. I got to split. No, ma'am, the kids don't get the puns, and the grown-ups are looking at me like I'm a fruit. Bye, Nana. Everybody say, bye, Nana. That woman drives me bananas. Everybody help. Put your fingers in there like this and wiggle. Don't point at me. I'll turn into a banana. Point toward Amber and those papers and say, have a banana. Say abracadabra. Say hocus pocus. Bow-legged locust. Fish bones choke us. And the best of all, please and thank you. Amber, blow on the pieces of paper. Let's see what happens. You know what? When we don't give in, Amber, we don't give up. We don't lose our head. We stop and think instead. Sometimes amazing things happen. And Amber, this summer, we're learning about diving into books, making a splash at our library. And the more you read, the more you know. And the more you know, the smarter you grow. And as you read, you can do all sorts of amazing things, even magic tricks. Amber, we have made something perfect for you to go to the splash park with. A beautiful hat for a beautiful young lady named Amber. Give her a big round of applause. How did you do that, Amber? Amber, come here for a minute. Is your mama here? Where's your mama? Ooh, way back there in the cheap seats. Hello, Mama. Is that Dad? Yes? Yeah, she says yes, you say no. This is not Judge Judy, my friend. Dad, can she have this paper? He said you could have it. Put that paper hat on your dresser when you go to bed tonight. When you wake up in the morning, $1 will be under it. Just tell him I said that later. Clap loud for Amber. Thanks, Mom, for the buck. Hey, Amber, don't wear it to the splash park. It'll turn your hair green and yellow. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, back by popular demand, my favorite trick of all time. Watch closely. Nothing up my sleeves except my little arms, which were birthday presents from my mama. Watch. I got it. It's alive. Watch. 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 Da-da! What? Wait a minute. I already showed you that? You already saw that trick? I already did that? I'm starting to repeat myself. I'm starting to repeat myself. Never mind. You still didn't think it was funny, did you? Well, I can tell by the hands on my watch. It's time to bring somebody out that's been surfing at the library all summer long. His name is Elroy the Raccoon. He's back here behind this stage. And if you clap real loud, I'll bring him out to see us. But you got to clap. Come on, Elroy. Where are we going? We're going out this way. Come on. Oh, you got to clap louder than that. Come on, Elroy. Here we go. We're going out this way. Come on, they're clapping for you. No, you can't, Jeff. They're all here, ladies and gentlemen. This is my friend Elroy T. Raccoon. The T stands for Tennessee. That's where I'm from. He's from East Tennessee, a little town called Maryville. Straighten up, look your best. He came today to be with us. Elroy, settle down. Straighten up. Hey, chill out. What are you doing, Elroy? I'm chilling. Or what are you doing? I'm playing possum. Elroy, you're not a possum. You're a raccoon and you're a puppet. I'm a what? You're a puppet. You're made out of rubber and fur. I'm not even a ventriloquist, Elroy. I'm just a puppeteer. I talk for you. You talk for me? Yes, I'm a puppeteer. I love Three Musketeers. No, I didn't say I was a Are you light and fluffy in the middle? Elroy, stop. I didn't used to be. I didn't say I'm a Three Musketeer. I said I'm a puppeteer. I talk for you. You talk for me? Yes, I am your mouthpiece. You're my mouthpiece? Yes. You're my big mouth, Elroy. Straighten up. I wanted you to come today to LaVergne. We're back at the library. Stop. Must be looking at the fish. Ricola. Elroy, turn around. What are you doing, Elroy? What are you doing? Don't do it. Elroy, stop staring. Elroy, hey, baby, what's happening? Elroy! Excuse me, young lady, I apologize for that, Elroy. Elroy, my little chiquita. Elroy. My little babushka. Elroy. Will you be my Valentine? Elroy. Valentine's Day is over. Now straighten up. I wanted you to come today. You been in the Elroy, Mr. Scott, we're at the library. What? Excuse me, sir, we're at the library. We're lying about berries? No. Library. We're gonna go lie down in the berries? No, Elroy. Library, it's where you read. Oh, I love to read. Yes, and you've been at the library reading? I have been reading. What kind of books have you been reading? Joke books. You've been reading joke books. Yes, I have. That's wonderful. Tell us a joke from one of the joke books. Do you remember one? I remember several. Okay, go ahead. Knock, knock. Who's there? May I? May I who? May I kiss you? Elroy! There is no kissing during the... Oh, that's got that! I've been kissed by a raccoon! I've been kissed by a people. Elroy. Listen, Elroy, maybe you have another joke you could tell us. I have another joke to tell us. Okay, go ahead. Knock, knock. Who's there? Cargo. Cargo who? Cargo beep beep. Meow. That's the joke. Uh-huh. Cargo beep beep. Meow. Yeah. Cars are not going to beep beep. Meow in LaVergne. They don't? No. What do? They go beep beep. Beep beep. Beep beep. How do you know? The police told me on the way to the show. Straighten up. Listen. Elroy, Mr. Scott, yes, maybe you have another joke for us. Knock, knock. Who's there? Olive. Olive who? I love you, baby. Elroy! You know what, Elroy? When was the last time you were in the library? Today. Yes, but yesterday at the library, remember? Yeah, we were at the library yesterday. And what happened to you while you were in the library? You were running. I was running. And you shouldn't have been running. No, I shouldn't have been running. What happened because you were running? I slipped and fell. You slipped and fell. Why did you slip and fall? Because you were running? No. Why did you slip and fall? Because I was in the non-friction section. That's a librarian joke. Straighten up. Listen. I'm a puppet. Yes, you're a puppet. I'm not real. I can tell you're not real. You got your surfing shirt on, though. You got that at the beach? No, I did not get this at the beach. This is Build-A-Bear brand. Elroy. Maybe you could tell us another joke. I have another joke. Go ahead. Knock, knock. Who's there? Let us who? Let us get married. Elroy. I'm a puppet. Yes, you're a puppet. I'm not real. No, you're not real. As a matter of fact, you're made out of rubber and fur. Because you're made out of rubber and fur, I could take your arm like this. And I could twist it. You won't be able to feel it because you're not real. So I could twist it once. Can't feel it. Twice. Can't feel it. 3 times. 4 times. 5 times. Ah! It's the big one, Elizabeth. It's the big one. Wrong show. Elroy. Maybe we should do the trick where you float in the air. Right? What? You know, the trick where you float in the air. You're not Chris Angel. Elroy, now come on. He thinks he is. Elroy, we're going to lay you down right here on my leg. That does not look safe. It's all right. Do I need my helmet? No, you don't need a helmet. Mr. Scott, yes. You said you're from Florida? Yes, I am from Florida. Your leg looks like it's from Canada. Elroy. You need a tan. Elroy. White boy. Elroy. Just relax. Look into my eyes. You got something in your nose. Elroy. You will now become lighter than air. Had breakfast at Taco Bell. Elroy. I ran for the border. Elroy. I got the chalupa. Elroy. Now come on. Where's the boat? Elroy. Where the boat leaves from goes that ground. Elroy. Ladies and germs. Elroy. Gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, boys and gerbils. Elroy. It's girls. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and squirrels. Elroy. The art of raccoon flotation. Do not use this puppet as a flotation device. In case of emergency, I will be unarmed. Elroy. Now come on. Ladies and gentlemen, Elroy the raccoon will now rise like a biscuit. You will now rise. The great art of levitation. Rise. It's working. Rise. No strings. No wires. That's amazing. That's ridiculous. Elroy, you ruined my trick. How about I have for my friend Elroy the raccoon? He did a great job. Everybody say bye, Elroy. Bye, Elroy. No, you don't say bye to yourself. You say bye to my friends. My friend's named Elroy. What are you doing, Elroy? I have a message. For who? For Miss Lorna, our librarian? Uh-huh. Let me go tell her. No, Elroy. I love you, Miss Lorna. Elroy. How embarrassing. It's the pink hair. Elroy. Clap loud for my friend Elroy the raccoon. He did a great job. My apologies, Miss Laura. Lorna. Hey, you know what? Miss Lorna and I were talking before the show, and guess what she said? She said sometimes boys and girls come to the library and they check out books, which is what they're supposed to do. But they get home and they forget to take care of the books. They forget they borrowed them. They get home and they leave them on the ground, and their dog or cat comes along and chews up the corner. Or baby brother or baby sister gets a hold of the book and tears the pages out. Do you know the library has its own books just for babies? So if everybody didn't take care of the books, guess how many books we'd have in this library? Zero. There's always that one that nobody checks out. But we'd have very few books in the library. So if you'll promise me that you'll take care of the books when you borrow them, and Miss Lorna, look back there, Miss Lorna, you can't miss her, and say, I promise to take care of the books in the library. Now look at your mom, your dad, your grandma, to your teacher, whoever brought you. Don't look at me, I got 4 of my own. Whoever brought you, and say, I promise to behave the rest of my life. And all the parents said, amen. Now, hey, you know what? These are books on magic tricks. Oh, eyes back up here. We're not quite done. You can find magic books in section 793.8 of the Dewey Decimal System. Mom and Dad, you do know when we talk about magic, we're talking about tricks. Magicians do magic tricks. and we'll leave the miracle stuff to God. But I thought, since we had such a great time today, we made a splash and did some fun magic, that I thought maybe I would show everybody my grand finale trick. Would you like to see it? Take a big deep breath. Hold it in. Let it out slowly. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been practicing this one to show it to you today. Watch closely. Watch. 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 What? What? You already saw the one with my watch? You didn't think it was funny? Well, never mind. I don't want to show it to you again. Forget it. Oh. Well, I can tell by the hands on my watch, it's time to say bye, and thank you for watching the show. We'll see you next time at the library. Thanks for coming today. Bye-bye. Don't forget to spread those warm fuzzies.
it's so incredible. You know, my heart's racing. It's really neat to see them up close.
It's completely different.
Yes.
Hi, my name is Jason Green, lead rhino keeper here at Busch Gardens, Tampa Bay. I have the best job ever, taking care of endangered species and helping to prevent their extinction. Recently, my job led me on an exciting adventure to South Africa in search of white rhinos. Now you might wonder how a keeper here in Tampa can work in saving rhinos. Well, rhino conservation, in fact, the conservation of any species, depends on a lot of people all over the world working together in many different ways. Partnerships and working relationships between zoos and conservation organizations like the World Wildlife Fund and the International Rhino Foundation are the backbone to the fight to help protect the rhino. Working together, we're finding the solution to help protect these species. We've been caring for black rhinos for more than 30 years here at Busch Gardens, Tampa Bay. And over the years, we've learned an incredible amount about their reproductive physiology, dietary needs, and social behavior. And we've been able to measure our success with 7 healthy rhino calves born here at the park. Not long ago, 2 white rhinos came to Busch Gardens from other zoos in the United States. Since then, we've been learning all we can about the white rhinoceros so we can broaden our ability to help conserve them too. That's what ultimately led to my trip to South Africa, to bring 3 white rhinos here to a new home. But before I tell you about my trip, let me share with you why I think it is so important to save the rhino species. Rhinoceroses are one of the most endangered species in the world today, but it wasn't always that way. If you go way back in time, I'm talking millions and millions of years ago, there were many species of rhinos. In fact, scientists believe that at one time, rhinos were found on most of the world's continents. World Wildlife Fund's chief scientist, Eric Dinnerstein, has studied rhinos for decades.
Rhinos weren't always rare. In fact, rhinos are an example of probably one of the most successful groups of mammals that ever lived on the planet. But what we have today is just a depauperate group that's left. We have 5 species, 2 in Africa and 3 in Asia.
Rhinos were first found in North America, but some of these ancient rhinos migrated to Asia, and scientists believe that all living rhinos in Asia and Africa today are descendants of those animals. Ancient rhinos were small and looked more like the ancestors of horses, but without horns. Somewhere along the line, though, rhinos got much bigger. In fact, the largest known land mammal that ever lived was a member of the rhino family. The Endrinotherium, or giant giraffe rhinoceros, was approximately 28 feet long, stood 18 feet tall at the shoulder, and weighed 33 tons. The word rhinoceros comes from 2 ancient Greek words, rhino meaning nose, and ceros meaning horn. Rhinos are the only animals on the planet that have horns on their noses. All other animals have horns that are on top of their head. That's probably where the myth of the unicorn started, from the ancient one-horned Asian rhino. In more recent times, though, some cultures believe that the rhino horn has special powers, and that's a big problem for the rhino. The very thing that makes this animal so unique is one of the leading causes of its demise.
Rhinos are endangered for several reasons. First and foremost is poaching for their horn. It goes into a number of Chinese traditional medicines. Another threat is the use of rhino horns, particularly the African rhinos, for dagger handles in parts of the Middle East.
It's hard to believe that an animal that was once so abundant is now so scarce, and most of the problems with the African rhino has only happened in the last 30 years. As recently as the 1970s, there were about 65,000 black rhinos in the wild. Today, there are only an estimated 2,700. White rhinos are in a little better shape, but there's only around 10,000 of them. Hey, Tim. Now, I work with both black and white rhinos. Actually, both those names are a little bit deceiving. They're both a light dull gray. Some of the biggest differences between the two are the shape of the lip and also what they eat. The black rhino has what's called a prehensile lip. This lip works like a large finger, and it makes easy work of pulling leaves off trees and bushes, the black rhino's favorite foods. Those food choices makes black rhinos browsers, animals that eat leaves, twigs, and small branches. White rhinos have wide lips, and most likely got their name from an Afrikaans word for wide, that's pronounced vite. A little misunderstanding, and the wide-lipped rhino became the white rhino, and the name stuck. These lips are best suited for eating grasses, so white rhinos are known as, you guessed it, grazers. Rhinos have an outstanding sense of smell. They can smell things hundreds of feet away. Adult rhinos have no natural predators. In fact, all the threats that rhinos face today are caused by humans. It seems only right that we should come to their rescue. Rhino conservation has become a global effort over the years. Conservation organizations like World Wildlife Fund and International Rhino Foundation work side by side with zoos and other interested groups worldwide. The biggest part of these organizations' work is concentrated on conserving wild rhinos in their natural habitats, and they've had a good level of success.
In Kruger National Park in South Africa, we've been involved from the beginning to try to bring back the white rhino populations, and that's been perhaps one of the best success stories of wildlife conservation in Africa. By providing money to help protect the park, stop poaching, provide infrastructure, we're on our way to a major recovery of this species.
South Africa pioneered this model of in situ rhino conservation. In situ means in the wild. The object of this kind of conservation program is to protect a core animal population, in this case rhinos, so overall numbers can increase. Then, some of the rhinos can be moved or translocated into another protected area to start a new group. The ultimate goal is to have at least 10 separate groups of 100 or more living in protected wild habitats. This system works to protect the rhino's genetic diversity, as well as to guard against losing the entire population to disease, famine, or poaching. Animal translocations have proven to be a successful method of conservation in the wild, especially with the white rhino in South Africa. One great byproduct of conserving large animals like the rhino is that many small species are able to survive as well.
There are many other diverse species that occur within the home ranges of these giant mammals, and so they become a very good flagship for us to focus on, because we know a lot more about the biology of some of these large mammals than we do of many of the smaller species, and if we can just capture large enough areas for protection, we'll be able to conserve those as well.
Okay, so back to my trip to Africa. You're probably wondering why I went there when my job is to take care of rhinos here. Well, one way of conserving animals is to learn more about them and provide good habitats and breeding programs here in zoos. Then that information is shared with other zoos, projects in the wild, and our guests here in the park. At Busch Gardens, we encourage people to make a personal connection with animals and learn more about them in their natural habitats. By doing so, we hope they'll be more interested in saving wildlife and more enthusiastic about doing things that can help. The animals here make great ambassadors for their relatives in the wild that are struggling to survive.
I think it's important to have rhinos serve in zoos, serve as good ambassadors for rhinos that live in the wild, and educate people and make them more aware, who ordinarily wouldn't be, of their situation and the plight that they're in, how endangered they are. And that's a very important thing to be doing. And to be more effective at that, we need to have rhinos in a number of different zoos around the country that can portray that message. But to do that, it means we have to have effective breeding populations of rhinos in zoos.
Most people believe that all the animals in zoos are from the wild, and that's just not the case. More than 80% of all the mammals in zoos are bred in zoos, from well-managed programs that help ensure genetic diversity and overall health of the animals. Sometimes, though, animals are brought to zoological facilities from the wild if the populations in the wild are consistently increasing. Sometimes it's done to avoid overcrowding in the limited habitat space available, and sometimes it's done to establish healthy conservation populations in other parts of the world. When wild-bred animals are relocated into zoological facilities, it strengthens and diversifies the existing gene pool of animals in zoos. That allows more breeding, which then allows more zoos around the world to have animals that can help to spread a conservation message. In turn, more animals means more opportunities to learn about them and collect information that will be useful not only to zoos, but to conservation projects in the wild as well. And it also helps to develop large, healthy groups of animals that could, in case a catastrophic event wipes out a wild population, be reintroduced to the wild. Well, that was a long answer of why I went to Africa. Here's the rest. It's short, I promise. Since we only have 2 male white rhinos, we went looking for females that we could bring back to the park to start a breeding program. A bonus would be new bloodlines that would produce genetically different offspring from any other white rhinos in the United States. So we contacted the International Rhino Foundation for help because they coordinate the placements of white rhinos all over the world, including animals that can be moved from the wild. After a stringent review, the foundation put us together with Kruger National Park in South Africa. At Kruger, their white rhino conservation program has been so successful that they are able to relocate a number of white rhinos each year for conservation purposes. It looked like we had a match. Go ahead. And before long, I was on my way to Africa with Busch Gardens veterinarian Dr. Mike Burton. Now I was going to get to see how field conservation works halfway around the world, and hopefully escort 3 white rhinos back to a new home in Tampa. Our destination in South Africa is Kruger National Park, where preserving the delicate balance of people, wildlife, and habitat is a constant challenge. But it can be done, and Kruger's conservation program is an excellent example of a system that manages all of these pieces well on a daily basis. For over a century, this wildlife refuge has been carefully developed and maintained, and today it's rated one of the world's finest wildlife reserves. And with more than 3,500 white rhinos, it also has the largest population of white rhinos in the world. As soon as we arrive at Kruger, we go to meet Johan Milan and see the rhinos we'll be taking back. Johan is one of the vet techs that works on the capture team, and it's his job to care for the rhinos, make sure they're healthy and prepared for the move.
Welcome in South Africa. I suppose it's your first trip down here.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I think the main thing you're here for is the rhinos. Let's go and have a look at them.
Excellent.
You guys feel like it?
The rhinos that are brought here are chosen after a lengthy process. First, park rangers determine if any rhino group is too densely populated. If it is, then they determine which of those rhinos need to be moved. The next step is to decide whether it will be a translocation to another wildlife area or a relocation to a zoological facility. If it's a relocation, then the animals come here to be prepared for the transport. Over a period of months, the rhinos are moved along through a series of enclosures called bomas, where they are gradually acclimated to unfamiliar noises, vehicle traffic, and contact with humans.
So this is the bull.
Yep, this is a bull.
And about how old do you estimate he is?
Mike, he's about, I would say, between 5 and 7, 8 years old.
Okay.
We'll be taking 3 rhinos back to Busch Gardens, 1 male and 2 females, and Johan has been supervising their acclimation through the boma system for the last 8 months. And you start in those back bomas, and then
What
they
happened
work
is
their way
that,
up here.
we've got the stronger bomas at the back where we put them in the first period. There's a sort of a way to do it. We've got a big camp, and then slowly but surely move them to the front after, say, 2 or 3 weeks. And then from there, once we're satisfied that they're doing well, they eat well, they defecate well, the health condition is fine, then we can bring them in here and make them used to the traffic and the people.
Animal health and safety is a #1 priority here, and everything is done to ensure that the animals are adapting well to the changes.
And if they don't seem to be adapting, you just turn back home?
We just take them straight away to where we've captured them.
You do?
So they know the area, they know where's the water and everything.
The last step in the acclimation process is to move shipping crates into the enclosures with the animals. From this point on, the rhinos are fed in the crates, which makes them become just another non-threatening part of the rhino's environment. It's really amazing to see, you hear wild white rhinos and stuff, and you see this rhino in here just calm as can be, just munching away, almost ignoring us.
Yeah, I think it's also important, the period that they spend in these enclosures now, and also, we've had these crates in here for about a month. So they get used to it, they know where their food's coming in, and they know what's going.
It's really interesting for me to see how the boma system works, and how the rhinos have been prepared for the move. It's obvious that the rhino is the important thing in all of this. This isn't just about moving rhinos, it's about making sure that these rhinos are well taken care of, and that the people who get them know something about them that makes the transition easier. It's definitely all about taking care of the rhinos. And from the calm demeanor of the 3 animals that are going to Busch Gardens, the system seems to work really well. Tomorrow, we're going to see white rhinos in the wild.
Morning, Hank.
Good morning. Kruger stretches 350 miles north to south and is home to more different species of wildlife than any other sanctuary in Africa. And all the animals roam freely in the park, as much as possible without the interference of humans. Our guide Hayne is taking us to see the rhinos in the park. Now the main purpose of our trip is to get familiar with the 3 rhinos that we'll be escorting back to Busch Gardens. But we also want to learn more about their behavior in the wild. It's important to me to see how they live in their natural habitat, because I think it will help me do a better job for the rhinos at the park. Kruger National Park is an amazing place, and as we head where Hayne thinks the rhinos will be today, we see all kinds of animals. And then we see evidence of rhinos.
Oh, cool. We've got some lip drags that we can look at real quick. Very neat. Yeah. If you look, you can see, you can almost see the width of the white rhino's lip, and they've drug it through the ground, just smelling and tasting. Very neat. Very cool. There's quite a bit of them right through here, this little area. Looks like a cow and a subadult. There's some little bit smaller tracks in the ground. There's even some old lip rugs. Very neat. Let's go find these rhinos.
Before we get to the rhinos, though, Hayne has something else that he wants to show us.
Oh, cool. There's a little rhino rubbing post over there. Take a look at that real quick.
I've seen the rhinos at the park turn stumps into scratching posts, but I'm really curious to see one in the wild.
Ah, cool. What a great post. Look at this. You can see where they've just rubbed it smooth. This thing is...
Leadwood, right?
Yeah, it's like hard as a rock. Insects can't even bore into it. It's so thick.
Haynes said he's seen this here for about 18 years.
Very cool. All right, let's go find some rhinos.
Turns out we were really close. They're in a mud hole right up the road.
Oh, cool. We've got 2 white rhino bulls. Look like adults.
So it's pretty common to see them in this wallow, Hayne, is that right?
Yeah, Mike, they tend to come out here on a hot day, like today, and in the late afternoon they come for a cool down and a bit of a drink, so it's pretty regular for them to be here.
Don't they, for the most part, at least within a day or two, have some pretty average routines and patterns that they may travel?
Yeah, it's because they are territorial. They often follow the same route on a daily or on a 2-day basis, really, where they're probably passing the same spot. And that's when they visit their middens and do their territorial marking and so on.
It's good for us to see rhinos in the wild exhibiting some of the same behaviors as the rhinos at the park. It's a good confirmation that we're doing the right things for them.
So, Hayne, is it common to see 2 bulls together like this?
Yeah, it seems like when they're young like that, they will live in loose association like that, maybe 2 or 3 together.
Yeah, we have 2 young bulls back at the park that are together, and they get along really well, and we're just not sure what to anticipate as they get older, but they're doing really well right now.
Very cool. That's what we've been waiting for.
On the way back, Hayne makes one more stop, and we meet another of Kruger's guides.
Mike?
Huh? Robbie, Jason Green.
Nice to meet you.
Great.
All right, that's ready.
We're going trekking?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Kruger guide Robbie Brendan is heading out to check on a large male that's supposed to be in the area, and he's letting us come along. We start seeing signs of rhinos not far down the path.
Oh, there's a great big midden up here. Great.
A midden is essentially a rhino latrine or bathroom. Rhinos have a habit of returning over and over to the same location to defecate, which is part of marking their territory. This midden hasn't been visited in a few days, but it still serves its purpose.
What he does is when he defecates here, he kicks around his dung, and obviously that's quite a strong scent beacon. So any other rhino that crosses that path will smell how they're moving into his territory.
Yeah, this is very similar to what the what our bulls will do in the park, and but we use the mitten piles a lot in determining health. You know, because they're such good liars, they don't want to let anybody know that they're sick. So one of the quickest ways to determine the health is through the fecal matter.
Now we're really on the lookout for rhino, and we follow Robbie's lead to walk quietly. And then we see him. He's an awesome male, grazing calmly just beyond a small rise.
You know, we've seen him from the road, and which is great, but to actually be an anthill distance away from one of these guys is just impressive. It's so incredible. You know, my heart's racing. It's really neat to see him up close.
It's completely different.
Yes.
Robbie estimates that this rhino is about 15 years old and likely the one in charge of this territory. We stay watching until the rhino moves on. The walk back to the road is pretty quiet. I just keep thinking about the incredible experience we just had, face to face with one of Kruger's finest rhinos. What a day. Our last day at Kruger starts early because there are several other rhinos to be loaded for transport in addition to our 3. By 6 a.m., people are hustling everywhere, and soon everything is underway. After months of work to prepare the rhinos for the trip, the loading process moves really smoothly. Dr. Burton and I help when we can, but mostly we just take it all in. Since there's a lot of activity and extra people associated with the move, each rhino is darted with a mild sedative that relaxes it and keeps it calm, but won't knock it out. Next, Johan and his crew lure the rhino into the crate with a rice bag on a stick. I'm not sure why a rice bag on a stick works, but it does. And after the rhino is in the crate, the crew puts in the rear bars of the crate to secure the animal inside. Every crate is disinfected several times to keep from transporting any parasites along with the animals. Last, the outer doors of the crate go on, and it's lifted by a crane and set onto the flatbed semi that will transport the rhinos to the airport. I'm really impressed at how quickly and efficiently the rhinos are loaded. By 10 o'clock, we're ready to head for the airport at Johannesburg, and before long, these guys will be in their new home. I can't help but think what a fantastic trip this has been so far. I'm really proud to be part of a conservation effort that's making such a difference for an endangered species. Seeing white rhinos in the wild and being able to bring back rhinos to the park to establish a breeding program there, it's unbelievable. I really feel like I'm part of something that's going to last for a long time, kind of a legacy for the rhinos. After landing in Orlando, we made the short trip to Busch Gardens in Tampa, where we released the rhinos into our temporary quarantine facility. We always quarantine new animals for at least 30 days to protect the health of all the other animals at Busch Gardens, just in case the new animal has an undetected illness or disease that could be spread to the other animals here. Later, the Kruger rhinos will join the other animals on the park's Serengeti Plain, where we can share the story of these incredible animals with millions of guests every year. Going to Africa and coming back with these rhinos was an awesome experience. Getting a chance to see white rhinos in the wild, up close, and learning from the Kruger folks about how they care and handle the animals, I was able to bring back so much information to share with the animal care staff here. Without a doubt, this experience has given me a greater appreciation for my job and the animals that I take care of. Once these new rhinos are settled and comfortable enough to interact with us, we hope to learn more about them like we have with the black rhinos. There's a lot happening for black rhino conservation these days in terms of research and behavioral studies, and we want to be able to expand these studies to include white rhinos too. Knowledge is the key to providing the best care possible for the animals, and the things we've learned can have an impact on wild rhino populations too. The important thing is to find ways to save the rhinos long term. In the zoological world, it's long been said that animals will only breed if they're at ease and secure in their surroundings, and that seems like a reasonable deduction given the vulnerability of newborns. So having a successful breeding program is a good sign that animals are fully comfortable in their surroundings, and a successful breeding program is an important part of wildlife conservation. We've had a very successful black rhino breeding program here at the park. Unfortunately, I haven't gotten to witness one of the births, but we've had 7 born here, all of them healthy babies. Most births have happened during the night, but we do keep a video camera running in the rhino's night quarters, so at least we get to see it secondhand. And let me tell you, baby rhinos are the cutest things. Besides the obvious benefit of increasing the black rhino population, these births have given us the opportunity to learn an enormous amount about reproductive physiology and the rearing of calves. We've been able to get ultrasound images with the pregnant females. Then we monitor the blood for progesterone levels. Then, watching the mothers with their calves has really taught us a lot about their parenting skills. You'd think that since rhinos have been around for eons, there would be a lot of scientific information about them, but that's just not the case. It probably has to do with their general appearance and defensive behavior more than anything. For years, scientists just never broached the subject. But since there have been such great advances in animal care over the last 20 years in zoos, black rhinos have become more approachable and therefore more easily studied. One of the best benefits of animal care that works hand in hand with animal behavior is that routine health care can be done without anesthesia, and over time, even procedures like drawing blood can become routine. Being able to get regular blood and urine samples without stress to the animal opens up enormous possibilities in learning more about animal physiology for both individual animals and rhinos as a species. Jasper is a perfect example. He's a star performer in a groundbreaking immunology study on black rhinos being managed by the San Diego Zoo. Veterinarian Dr. Ray Ball coordinated sending samples from Busch Gardens, Tampa.
Jasper is essential in this program because he is so well conditioned. He responds extremely well to his keepers and to me and the other veterinarians here on staff, that he allows us to be able to take advantage of that and collect blood and do these projects.
2 other studies have depended on Jasper's cooperation. A program at Busch Gardens aimed at disease prevention, and a Kansas City Zoo project focused on nutritional factors in rhino health. It's all part of the big picture in rhino conservation, and working with other organizations that share the same dedication. Busch Gardens also works with a number of conservation organizations to support field projects around the world. To be successful, work in the field requires a lot of cooperation from a lot of people. World Wildlife Fund and International Rhino Foundation knows what it takes, but putting all the pieces together to save a species is the tricky part.
Clearly, the lessons that we've learned from conservation in the wild is that we need to focus on 4 things. We have to strictly protect the core areas where they live, the national parks where they're found, and stop poaching. If we have effective anti-poaching measures and anti-poaching information networks, we can really control poaching very well. The third thing that we have to do is to provide incentives for locals to want to live next door to rhinos and somehow benefit from their presence. And the final and most important aspect is bold leadership by government officials. If we don't have that, nothing else matters.
Conservation projects in the field can work, but it takes a lot of support to keep them going. So here at the park, we try to make our guests aware of the problems most animals face in the wild and encourage them to support environmental conservation. We're convinced that if we all do a small part and work together, we can ultimately make huge things happen.
I think that the partnership between organizations like Busch Gardens and World Wildlife Fund is critical because there's a large majority of the American public that's just unaware of how rapidly the world is changing around us, because most people don't travel to these remote areas to see the conversion of habitat that's occurring at an alarming rate. And so whether it's educating people about gorillas and the loss of habitat in parts of Africa, or the same thing here in Asia, it's critical that we are able to reach a large audience and make them sensitive to this issue.
Wildlife conservation will only work if people care about preserving the animals and the habitats, so education plays an important role in conservation success. That's the reason that zoological parks dedicate staff and resources to reach their guests with conservation information. Through up-close animal encounters and fun educational programs, zoos hope to increase public awareness and inspire a love for wildlife and a desire to help. Saving threatened and endangered species, and in the bigger picture, all wildlife, is a huge job, and it takes a lot of work and cooperation from a lot of different people. It also takes continued support from everyone who wants to see wildlife and wild places around for future generations. By working together, we can make a difference. To me, every species is important. But for many endangered and threatened species, time is running out. If we don't take steps to protect them now, they may vanish from the planet forever. And as far as I'm concerned, we just can't let that happen. Well, I gotta get back to work. These guys are counting on me. Bye.
The category for Final Jeopardy is the Sun-Earth connection. And the answer is the ghostly light that produces the dance of colors in the night sky in the northern hemisphere. The correct question, of course, what is the aurora borealis, or northern lights? Hello, everyone. I'm Alex Trebek, the host of the popular quiz show Jeopardy! You know, as a child growing up in northern Ontario, Canada, I was always fascinated about the mystery of the northern lights. In this episode of NASA Connect, host Jennifer Pulley and special co-host Dr. Sten Odenwald will take you all on an adventure to explore the aurora borealis. You'll learn about the many legends and myths that revolve around the aurora throughout the history of mankind. You'll also learn how NASA scientists and engineers use satellite technology to measure and analyze aurora data. You'll visit Norwegian scientists at the Andøya rocket range, located just inside the Arctic Circle in Norway. And in your classroom, you'll use data analysis and measurement to plot the auroral oval and to determine the heights of the northern lights. All in this episode of NASA Connect, Dancing in the Night Sky.
Welcome to NASA Connect, the show that connects you to math, science, technology, and NASA. I'm Jennifer Pulley.
And I'm Sten Odenwald, an astronomer at the NASA Goddard Space Flight Center.
On this episode of NASA Connect, we are filming on location in Norway, a Scandinavian country located in northern Europe. Today, Sten and I are at the Viking Ship Museum in Oslo, Norway.
And right beside us is an ancient Viking burial ship called the Oseberg. And you know, it dates back to the 9th century.
Wow.
So, Sten, let's fill them in. Why are we in Norway?
Because Norway is one of the best countries in the world to see the northern lights.
Or the aurora borealis. Aurora was a Roman goddess of the dawn, and boreal is a Latin word meaning north, thus the northern lights. There's a lot of folklore about the northern lights, and various cultures from around the world have explained them as dancing spirits or blood raining from the clouds. The Vikings believed the northern lights were beams reflected from the shields of the Valkyries, female warriors serving their god Odin. The Aboriginals of Scandinavia, or the Sami, believed that the Northern Lights had supernatural powers to resolve conflicts. The Sami painted auroral symbols on their magic drums. In Middle Age Europe, the Northern Lights were thought to be reflections of heavenly warriors. As a reward, the soldiers that gave their lives for their king or country were allowed to battle on the skies forever. There are so many myths and legends and superstitions that have revolved around the Northern Lights throughout the history of mankind.
By the mid-1800s, scientists finally began to explain many of their mysteries. Like lightning or earthquakes, they are natural events, not supernatural ones. By the turn of the 20th century, scientists actually created artificial aurora in their laboratories. Christian Birkeland, a famous Norwegian scientist, created this device called the Torella, a magnetic sphere representing the Earth. Currently housed at the Norwegian Technical Museum, this device creates artificial aurora by using an electron gun similar to the one in your TV picture tube. Birkeland believed that currents of electrons from the sun caused the aurora. He laid the groundwork for the modern-day study of the Northern Lights. Today, thanks to modern research satellites, we now have a deeper and more complete understanding of how the Northern Lights work.
Say, do you remember what the Final Jeopardy category was at the beginning of the program? Well, if you don't, it was the Sun-Earth connection. And Sten, isn't it true that the sun is the source of the auroras?
That's right, Jennifer. The sun does play a role in producing the aurora. The aurora are the only visible evidence that we have that the sun and the earth are a system that are connected by more than just gravity and sunlight. You see, the sun gives off charged particles called ions. These ions travel out into space at speeds of 350 to 700 kilometers per second. A cloud, or gas of such ions and electrons, is called a plasma. The stream of plasma coming from the sun is known as the solar wind. The sun's corona, or outermost atmosphere, continuously emits the solar wind, a stream of electrically charged particles, mostly protons and electrons, flowing out in all directions. It is commonly said that the aurora's gorgeous curtains of light are caused by particles flowing directly from the sun. But this is not the case at all. When a major solar storm interacts with the Earth's magnetic field, it causes some parts of this field to rearrange itself, like rubber bands pulled to their breaking point. The magnetic energy that is released causes powerful currents and particles to flow from distant parts of the magnetic field into the atmosphere. These currents flow along the magnetic field into the polar regions and collide with nitrogen and oxygen atoms in the atmosphere. The color of the aurora depends on which gas, oxygen or nitrogen, is being excited by the electrons. Oxygen emits either a greenish-yellow light, the most familiar color of the aurora, or a red light. Nitrogen generally gives off a blue light. The blending of these colors can also produce purples, pinks, and whites.
Stan, that is fascinating. And of course, it's beautiful.
That's right, it is beautiful. And you know, the northern lights are always moving, like giant curtains of light, weaving and swaying across the sky.
So, Stan, how do scientists study the northern lights?
Well, besides photographing them from the ground, there are 3 other ways that scientists like to study them: ground-based measuring devices, sounding rockets, and satellites. Data can be collected from these 3 methods and analyzed by scientists to get a complete picture of the aurora borealis. To get a better idea of how ground-based instruments and sounding rockets are used, let's visit Professor Alv Egeland at the Andoya Rocket Range.
But before we visit Professor Egeland and learn more about the rocket range, let's review the 2 math concepts for today's program: data analysis and measurement. Data analysis and measurement are 2 important math concepts to scientists and engineers. You see, before things can be analyzed, they must first be measured. Scientists and engineers take measurements so they can collect data. Think about what you measure every day: length, volume, mass, or temperature, to name a few. Once scientists and engineers collect the data they need, then they must analyze that data. Scientists are constantly on the lookout for patterns that can help them understand how things work. By analyzing data, they can construct relationships among numbers and the scientific principles they are investigating. Now that you understand the importance of data analysis and measurement, let's go meet with Professor Alv Egeland.
How is a magnetometer used to measure auroral activity?
In analyzing the graph, what indicates a great disturbance in the Earth's magnetic field?
How are sounding rockets useful to scientists and engineers?
Professor Egeland, how are you?
Fine, thank you. How are you, Jennifer?
I'm wonderful. I'm wonderful. This is Dr. Odenwald.
Hello, Professor.
Hello, Dr. Odenwald. Nice to meet you.
Good to meet you, too.
You know, the Andoya Rocket Range is an exciting facility. Can you tell us some more about it?
Andoya Rocket Range is the furthest north permanent located rocket range where we launch rocket and scientific balloons. It's located here because it's just under the auroral belt. And this is the place where we do all the launching of rocket and balloons from Norway. The range provides complete services for launch, operation, data acquisition, recovery, and ground instrumented support. Since 1962, more than 800 rockets have been launched from this range. We have also hosted scientists and engineers from more than 70 institutes and universities around the world.
Professor, what kind of ground-based measurements do you take here at the range?
Well, we take a lot of different measurements, but I think the most important is the recording of the Earth magnetic field, and for that type of recording we use a magnetometer.
A magnetometer. Sounds like an instrument that measures magnets or maybe a magnetic field?
You are on the right track, Jennifer. A magnetometer can be used to measure weak, short-term variation in the strength of the Earth's geomagnetic field. It was first used in the year 1800 by Alexander von Humboldt to study aurora and what he called magnetic storms. These variations are due to electric currents in the upper atmosphere. The electrons and ions flowing in from distant regions of the Earth's magnetic field cause currents to flow in the ionosphere and also cause the aurora currents. So a magnetometer measures a quantity that is directly related to the northern lights. The stronger the magnetic variation, the higher the auroral activity.
Professor, this is just one type of magnetometer, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Now, how do you analyze the data that you collect from a magnetometer?
What we do is really we reproduce some graphic representation. And if there is a big deviation from the local standard field, we call it a magnetic storm. And I just want to show you one example here of a big magnetic storm. And here you can really see big deviation from the local standard field. The following graph shows a relatively weak magnetic storm. The magnetometer measures the geomagnetic field along three axes, north-south or H component, east-west or D component, and up-down or Z component. This graph is a magnetic field strength versus time plot. Now here is a plot of a relative strong magnetic storm, probably caused by a disturbance in the solar wind. What can we conclude from the two graphs?
Let me see. The second graph shows more magnetic activity than the first graph. So I would say the more magnetic activity, the greater the auroral activity.
That's correct, Jennifer. Notice in this section of the graph, the deviations are at the maximum. If the night sky was clear, we can view the mysterious and beautiful aurora colors. Magnetometers located here at the range are continuously taking measurements of the local geomagnetic field. In fact, anyone from around the world can visit the following website to analyze the geomagnetic activity around the Andrea rocket range.
Professor, you mentioned that this facility is known for auroral research using sounding rockets.
Yes, that's correct. As a matter of fact, that's the main purpose for the rocket range. We can study the aurora from the ground, but then we just look on the bottom aurora. If you study the aurora from a satellite, you just study the top of the aurora. But by using instrumented rocket, you can study the inside of the aurora. That's why sounding rocket is such a unique platform for auroral studies. Other instruments on the rocket register electric field and magnetic field and count particles coming into the atmosphere from distant part of the Earth's magnetic field. Consequently, the energy that produced the northern light can be calculated. During an ordinary winter night in Norway, the northern light involves more energy than the country uses in 1 year. A severe auroral storm can produce billions of joules of energy per second.
Professor Eglund, thank you. We learned so much.
It's really my pleasure. Thank you too. Or as we say in Norway, gleden var på min side.
Okay, guys, now it's time for a cue card review. How is a magnetometer used to measure auroral activity? In analyzing the graph, what indicates a great disturbance in the Earth's magnetic field? How are sounding rockets useful to scientists and engineers? So, did you get all the answers to the questions? Good. Now, let's review. We've learned about the myths and legends surrounding the Northern Lights, and we also learned how ground-based instruments and sounding rockets are used to study the auroras. Now, we turn our focus to space. Later in the program, Dr. Nikki Fox will tell us how data analysis and measurement are used to study the auroras with the help of 2 NASA satellites, Polar and Timed. But first, Sten will give us the scoop on image.
Thanks, Jennifer. Aurora tell us in a dramatic way that something invisible is happening above our heads in space to light up our skies. We can use sophisticated Earth-orbiting satellites to learn more about the causes of the aurora. The Imager for Magnetosphere to Aurora Global Exploration, or IMAGE, is a NASA satellite that lets us see the invisible activity that swirls around the Earth and eventually causes aurora to appear. When a solar storm collides with Earth, one of the first signs of the disturbance is a collection of particles called the ring current. It's an invisible river of charged particles extending over 30,000 kilometers from Earth. Much of the matter in this current actually comes from the Earth's upper atmosphere in gigantic plumes and fountains of gas from the polar regions, but we still don't know how the particles get their energy. Another part of the upper atmosphere, seen by image for the first time, is what scientists call the plasmasphere. It extends out into space at least 10,000 kilometers. You should think of it as the outer limits to the ionosphere. During severe storms, parts of the plasmasphere are stripped off, but then reform as new gas flows out of the Earth's upper reaches. And of course, image also provides scientists with movie-like high-resolution views of the aurora seen from space. Over the South Pole, the satellite dips down to 1,000 kilometers to show us never-before-seen details in auroral structure. The aurora in the South Pole is called aurora australis. Over the North Pole, we see a more distant view and a bigger picture. We can relate this big picture with views of the ring current and plasmasphere to track the evolution of an aurora from cradle to grave. The reason why we're so keen to understand the aurora is that the aurora are kind of like a final examination. If we can really understand how they work, that means we also understand all the other things about Earth's environment as well. We have billions of dollars of satellite technology in space, astronauts living and working in space, and on the ground, many kinds of systems that are affected by solar storms. An electrical blackout in Canada back in 1989 cost billions of dollars. We have lost over $2 billion of expensive communication and research satellites in the last 10 years alone. Solar storms have tremendous potential to cause damage to us. Only by understanding aurora and the events that lead up to them can we improve our ability to predict how to avoid the harmful effects of space weather storms. The real challenge is to get enough early warning that a storm is approaching. That's why it's also important to look at the sun for clues to the next storm.
Thanks, Sten. Okay, guys, now it's your turn to apply data analysis and measurement skills with this really cool activity. Sten, they are gorgeous, aren't they?
Aren't they amazing?
Hi, we're students from the Region School right here in Andenes, Norway.
NASA connected us to show you this activity. It's called Where to See an Aurora.
You can download a lesson guide and a list of materials from the NASA Connect website.
Here are the main objectives.
Students will find and plot locations on maps using geographic coordinates, draw conclusions based on graphical information, convert centimeters to kilometers using a given scale. Here are some terms you will need to know. Latitude, a geographic coordinate measured from the equator, with positive values going north and negative values going south. Longitude, a geographic coordinate measured from the prime meridian, which is the longitude that runs from Greenwich, England, with positive values going east and negative values going west.
Good morning, class. The northern lights are seen most dramatically in only certain places in the northern hemisphere. Today, you will plot the location and boundaries of a typical auroral oval in the Arctic region. You will see its geographic extent and determine its relationship to familiar continents and countries.
Distribute all student materials. Students can work alone or in pairs. Students, label the latitude lines beginning at the center point with 90 degrees. Then mark each circle 10 degrees less than the previous circle, ending at 20 degrees. Next, label the unmarked longitude lines. Plot the points onto the geographic grid for the outer ring. The geographic data points can be found on the student activity sheet. The points are identified as ordered pairs, longitude-latitude. For example, the ordered pair 180-60 means 180 degrees longitude and 60 degrees latitude. Connect the points in the outer ring. Now, plot the points onto the geographic grid for the inner ring and connect the points. Using the scale 1 centimeter equals 1,400 kilometers, measured in kilometers the approximate width of the shortest and longest distances between the inner and outer rings and determine the range. Record these values on the student activity sheet.
Okay, class. From the analysis of your graph, how far is the center of the auroral oval from the North Pole?
I calculated that the center of the auroral oval is about 500 kilometers from the North Pole.
Very good, Marita. And where would you travel in North America to see the Northern Lights?
From the graph, either Canada or Alaska are the best places to view the Northern Lights.
Students, once you complete the hands-on activity, check out the web activity for today's program called the NASA Northern Lights Challenge. It can be accessed at the NASA Connect website. This activity is created to be fun, interactive, and will challenge your ability to solve problems. During the course of the activity,
you'll use various probes to explore properties of the planets in our solar system. There are 8 interactive probes in different colored boxes along the 2 sides. You'll learn about the temperature, magnetic field strength, solar wind density, atmospheric gases, mean distance, mean density, gravity, and speed on other planets. Upon exploring each planet, you will apply what you learned to solve the following problem. What other planets may have the northern lights? Special thanks to the students from Brandon Middle School and Lansdowne Middle School in Virginia Beach, Virginia for demonstrating this web activity.
Super job, you guys. So, what is NASA doing to study the auroras? Well, Nikki Fox, a senior scientist at the Johns Hopkins University Applied Physics Laboratory in Baltimore, Maryland, can tell us all about it.
Why do scientists use satellite images to monitor the auroras?
In analyzing the graph, when do auroral activities increase?
What are the phases of the aurora?
This is the Johns Hopkins University Applied Physics Laboratory in Laurel, Maryland. I am the operations scientist for the Polar mission. The Polar mission is part of NASA's Sun-Earth Connections fleet. Within the Sun-Earth Connections fleet, Polar has the responsibility for multi-wavelength imaging of the aurora, measuring the entry of the material into the polar regions, the flow of material to and from the ionosphere, and the discharge of the energy in the ionosphere and the upper atmosphere. Scientists use satellite images to monitor the position of the various auroral features. In particular, the latitudinal location of the edge closest to the equator of the aurora determines the amount of activity. The further the aurora moves towards the equator, the bigger the event. Also, the extent and speed of the expansion of the aurora tells us a lot about the amount of activity. The further and faster it moves, the larger the event. Polar is a unique spacecraft because it carries 4 different cameras to study the aurora. There is a high-resolution visible imager, which allows us to look at the aurora in different wavelengths or colors. In this way, we can simultaneously image the red, blue, and green components of the aurora. There is also a global imager, which allows us to look at the whole Earth at once. This camera takes pictures in ultraviolet, so we can see what the aurora is doing, even when there is sunlight in the way. Auroras do occur during the daytime, we just can't see them with the naked eye. But from the images of this camera, we can see the size of the auroral oval. For example, the following graph shows you the latitudinal auroral extent for selected coronal mass ejection events. Coronal mass ejections, or CMEs, are gigantic explosions caused by the sun that can reach speeds of millions of kilometers per hour. It takes around 3 days for a CME to reach the Earth. The vertical axis of the graph is the geomagnetic north latitude from 40 degrees to 58 degrees. On a globe, 40 degrees north latitude is closer to the equator, and 58 degrees north latitude is closer to the geomagnetic North Pole. The horizontal axis represents the dates of selected CME events. From analysis of this graph, we can determine that the latitudinal auroral extent generally increased from 1997 to 2000. Be careful in the way you interpret this graph. The function appears to be decreasing. Even though the data show a downward trend, the auroral oval extended closer to the equator. For this particular graph, it tells us that the auroral activity increased. Let's look at 2 data points. From the data on January 10th, 1997, there was an auroral event in the northern hemisphere that extended to a latitude of 57.3 degrees. Do you know the name of the country that the auroral oval covered? If you said Canada, then you are correct. On July 15th, 2000, there was an auroral event that extended to latitude 41.2 degrees. The auroral activity was so intense that the auroral oval stretched into the southern parts of the United States. The 11-year solar cycle of the sun reached its maximum in the year 2000, so we expected auroral activity to increase from 1997 to 2000. With all these cameras and the data we collect, we can photograph the evolution of an aurora. The evolution of every aurora tends to follow a similar sequence. We call this an auroral substorm. The following images show a typical sequence of an auroral substorm. The first image shows a quiet oval before any activity begins. This is called the quiet phase. Right before we see any bright emissions, we can observe the oval getting bigger and moves further towards the equator. This is called the growth phase. The activity truly begins with the small spot of light, or onset event, followed by the lighting up of the whole ring and an expansion to a more poleward location. The large bright region you can see is called the auroral bulge. When the aurora reaches its maximum expansion, you can see that the large bulge begins to break up and the small discrete features appear. Finally, the whole aurora dims and recovers. It will eventually return to the initial state, the quiet phase. The whole process may repeat over and over again until the activity dies out completely. Now, all the images you've seen so far have been from the northern hemisphere of the northern lights, or the aurora borealis. But did you know that there was also a southern counterpart of the aurora called the southern lights, or the aurora australis? And here we're seeing a unique movie taken by the Polar spacecraft that shows us both the north and the south at the same time. This allows us to see that the activity is occurring at the same time in both hemispheres. We call this the conjugate aurora. Now, we've seen data from many different cameras on the Polar spacecraft and learned that when you add them all together, you can learn an awful lot more about the aurora. Now we're looking at an animation which shows the polar auroral image underneath with the timed spacecraft flying over the top. Timed is taking images in very high resolution, and you can see that every time the spacecraft flies through the oval, it suddenly illuminates all the fine-scale features that you couldn't see before. So now we know that when you add two data sets together, you get even more information. Now, with the addition of data from ground-based observatories and sounding rockets, we can look at the aurora with full perspective.
Okay, now it's time for a cue card review. Why do scientists use satellite images to monitor the auroras? In analyzing the graph, when do auroral activities increase? What are the phases of the aurora?
Well, that wraps up another episode of NASA Connect.
We'd like to thank everybody that helped make the show possible.
Got a question, a comment, or perhaps a suggestion? Then write us at NASA Center for Distance Learning, NASA Langley Research Center, Mail Stop 400, Hampton, Virginia 23681. You know, each year here in Ondenez, they celebrate the beauty of the auroras with the Northern Lights Festival.
We leave you now with some images of the festival and the people of Norway.
So until next time, stay connected to math, science, technology, and of course, NASA. We'll see you then. Goodbye from Norway.
Bye-bye.
Captioning funded by the NAC Foundation of America.
Coming up on this edition of Out of the Blue from Middle Tennessee State University, we learn about a student research project that helped high school students understand and appreciate the opportunities in research they will have as undergraduates. We learn about the Middle East Center and the College of Liberal Arts and how it provides our students with experiences and learning from a diversity of cultures. And we tell you about MTSU's Emmy-winning commercial for the College of Media and Entertainment and how our students and professors made it happen. I'm Andrew Ottman, and this is Out of the Blue. Welcome to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Ottman. Recent graduate Brooke Busby has experience not only engaging in research as an undergraduate, but also helping high school students understand and appreciate such opportunities available at MTSU. Brooke joins us to talk about her work and the recent Ready to Soar event. Brooke, welcome to Out of the Blue.
Thank you. Wonderful to be here.
We're happy to have you here, first time on the show, but a great story to tell. I was just at a meeting last month with the board of directors of the Blackman High School Collegiate Academy, and they were singing your praises. And I think it's about the project that you're going to talk to us about, correct?
Yes, sir.
Tell me what you've done with them and how this connects to the work that you're doing to help high schoolers get more connected to STEM.
Yes, so we invited around 83 Blackmen, both seniors and juniors, to our event last month. It was a day of research engagement so they can see what undergraduate research is like from the source itself. My favorite part of the event is we grouped them up in small discussion groups with a current undergraduate researcher based off of their major, and they got to talk about their journey, how they found a mentor, how they found a lab or funding, or how it affected their plans post-graduation. And so the students really enjoyed and connected to these students, being able to hear from the mouth of somebody around their age and who's just gone through an experience that they are about to go through, what it's like, how it's impacted them, and what they've learned.
So many great things, but let's explain some acronyms first.
Yes,
when
sir.
we talk about Ready to Soar, SOAR, S-O-A-R, stands for?
The Student Organization for the Advancement of Research.
You're vice president of SOAR, correct? And you're also an ambassador, Ready to Soar ambassador, which means this event you helped organize, correct?
Yes, sir. We did all the organization, planning with schools, recruiting the students, planning day of, getting faculty for the faculty panel, running the event, and doing the research after. We used the pre and post surveys to see the impact that we've had on students and how to improve the program next year.
See, what I think is so neat about this, it's, first of all, undergraduate research is one of our pride points at the university. We really love the fact that when you come to MTSU, you don't have to wait to be a graduate student. You can actually engage in research right now. So that's pride point number one. You're helping tell that story. The activity itself is, of course, enriching and engaging, and from the reviews I heard, it was really fantastic. But then you're doing research on that. So talk about that, and that's what you've got, a grant that's funding, and you've been heading that up. So tell me about your research on their connection.
Yeah, so one of my favorite things about the program is not only does it develop students outside of the university, but it develops them inside too. So me and my research partner, Mina, we got the leadership experience, the project planning, time management, as well as how to sift through survey data and how to draw conclusions from that. It's a kind of research that I didn't know existed before I got this opportunity. And that's something that we try to tell to the students as well. A lot come in with a preconception that research is something that just STEM majors do, a biology lab or something like that. But really everybody can do it. I had some students who were interested in education, and I got to tell them for the first time that research is something they could do, whether it's how to implement an instrument in a music classroom or how to integrate AI into group discussions. It is something that they can do, and they realized that for the first time, and that was very, very wonderful to see.
So let's talk about your story a little bit. You graduated in December, correct? And Your major was?
Psychology.
Psychology, with minors in art and behavioral research.
Yes.
Pretty busy. Now you're on the temporary staff of the Tennessee STEM Education Center here on campus, correct? So your boss at TSAC is?
Gregory Rushton.
And he is connected with this event as well.
Yes, he served on the faculty panel as our STEM representative. We also had Dr. Karen Norris from the library representing students who are in STEM and art. And we had Nicholas Satinover from the art department.
What a big collaboration. So many groups coming together to make this happen. What sparked your involvement?
Yes, so I've been interested in what makes student engaged for a long time. It was what I did my high school capstone project on.
And where'd you go to high school?
Central Magnet School.
There you go.
Yes, and I had my own struggles figuring out how to get involved into research. I spent the better part of 2 years just trying to figure out how to find a mentor, how to find a lab. And it wasn't until I was pointed in the direction of SOAR that I found out how to do those things. And so when I found out there's a position open for a project doing those things for other high school students, I thought it was the perfect fit for me. And it's probably one of the most fun and engaging experiences I've had in my time at MTSU.
So when you're connecting with high school students and reflecting back on your days at Central Magnet, what's the biggest advice you would give to somebody that's about to become an undergraduate student in the area of research? It sounds like you've been breaking down a lot of those fears and misconceptions, right?
Yes, that's definitely it. A lot of people think that it's not something that they can do. And research really is open to anybody, whether you're an art student and you're making your own gallery pieces, or you're a music student and you're writing your own music. It's something that absolutely everybody can do. And it can be quite scary to start. Everybody says, oh, just talk to your professor. And that seems like a very scary thing. But it's really not. And it's a wonderful way to meet people on campus and make those connections. And the barrier of entry isn't quite as high as what students may believe. So I think my biggest passion with this project is helping students realize that it is something that they can do.
And if folks want to get involved with SOAR, how do we find out about it? Do you have a website, or are you up on mtsu.edu somewhere?
Yes, we do have a website. The address is mtsu.edu/urc/SOAR.
So many great experiences you've had at MTSU.
Absolutely.
We're very proud of you, and thank you for your hard work, Brooke. We appreciate you.
Thank you very much, sir.
And we'll be right back.
We do it. The stars come to Middle Tennessee State University, and students come here to become stars no matter what they pursue. We do it. We're the only college of media and entertainment in the world, just outside the heart of Nashville.
Look, mic check, 1, 2, everybody listen. When you do it like this, ain't no competition. I'm talking B.I.G., VIP. Treat them like a front row seat and make them pay attention. If I shoot for the 3, then I ain't never missing. Cranking up the degrees like I was in the kitchen. Can't lose, got too much to prove. And when you do it all, it get too hard to do it.
Our curriculum and facilities are cutting edge, and our relationships with industry leaders give students an edge over the competition. Check it out. You can get real-world experience with degrees in recording industry, media arts, journalism and strategic media, and more. Media and entertainment at Middle Tennessee State University. Learn to shine.
The Jennings A. Jones College of Business at Middle Tennessee State University is the #1 producer of business talent in the greater Nashville area. Our nationally ranked programs and state-of-the-art facilities offer a world-class education at an affordable price. The exclusive partnership of Jones College with Dale Carnegie Training Worldwide equips our graduates with the soft skills they need to succeed. Jones College of Business. It delivers an education for the real world.
Welcome back to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Ottman. MTSU prides itself on preparing students to work and thrive in a global environment. The Middle East Center and the College of Liberal Arts, led by Dr. Mohammad Mirzai, provides educational opportunities for a broad range of disciplines and helps the university connect with several diverse communities. Mohammed, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much for having me.
This is your first time on Out of the Blue.
It is.
And we're going to make this really great and really easy for you because you're going to talk about the Middle East Center at MTSU. Let's take a step back. So why is it important for the academic study of the Middle East at an American university? Why is that valuable?
I would say there are probably three major reasons why we need to have a Middle East Center and a program in Middle East Studies at a public American university. The first one is the importance of the Middle East in basically our making as a species, right? A lot of the ideas and concepts that are fundamental to our development as humans are somehow remnants of their developments and formations in that area of the world. So if we want to understand our own culture, politics, whatever makes us the species that we are, we need to have a historical idea of its making, and in a lot of cases, that need takes us back to that area of the world. The second reason why we need to study the Middle East, in the modern context particularly, there have been a lot of intricacies and subtleties of social, political developments, international developments, local economic developments that are rooted in that area of the world and have been kind of covered to the Western eye just because of that kind of deceiving blanketer, the Middle East, right? And the third reason is, particularly over the past few years, in Middle Tennessee, we have seen even a more and larger increase of the demography, the demographics that are basically rooted in West Asia and North Africa, right? So also to be able to live as good, responsible citizens in Tennessee, particularly Middle Tennessee, which some people refer to, for example, because of its outstanding number of Kurdish American citizens, they refer to it as the Kurdistan of America, right? Because of the outstanding number of Kurdish Americans that we have here, also a huge number of Egyptian Americans that we have here. We need to have a very clear knowledge of the Middle East for that purpose too.
Dr. McPhee, our president, talks about the need for our university to prepare students for the global society. And by extension, the Middle East Center is part of not only an educational experience for students, but it's also a research opportunity. Can you talk about the center and what are its primary objectives and how you've kind of gotten to this point now?
I'm happy you mentioned President McPhee's name because basically the establishment and the institution of the Center for Middle East came out of his insight. He directly contacted my predecessor, the previous director of the Middle East Center, Dr. Alan Hibbert, and assigned him to basically found the center. They established this Middle East Center as well as a program in Middle East studies in a very exciting way, spread across many departments. We have faculty members in history, in policy, in international relations, in world languages and cultures. With the richness of the course list that we offer, our students have a huge lot of options.
Mohammed, before we let you go, please talk to us about some of the outreach you're doing with the different communities, which I think is really fascinating and a great opportunity for the university to connect with multiple peoples.
Part of the organic making of our Middle East Center is addressing our needs to know the Middle Eastern communities as represented in Middle Tennessee. And for that reason, we are going to very actively reach out beyond the community. And that has been an important part of what Dean Leah Lyons, the Dean of the College of Liberal Arts, who has been very supportive throughout. We want them to feel represented on our campus, and we want them to know that their culture, their society is not just, a lab object of study for us, that we are looking at it as an organically structured program. And we want to be in a very vibrant and respectful and recognizing relationship with these communities. Our hope is that we can also recruit some resources from the Middle Eastern communities outside of our campus so that we can do a better job of weaving the Middle East Center into the larger structure of Middle Tennessee, Tennessee in general, as one public university among many in the state of Tennessee.
Mohammed, thanks for coming on the show, and thanks for sharing all these great work and details of the Middle East Center. We appreciate you.
Absolutely, it was my pleasure. Thank you for having me.
And we'll be right back.
We do it. The stars come to Middle Tennessee State University, and students come here to become stars no matter what they pursue.
Hey, cook.
We do it all. We're the only college of media and entertainment in the world, just outside the heart of Nashville.
Look, mic check, 1, 2, everybody listen. When you do it like this, ain't no competition. I'm talking B.I.G., VIP. Treat them like a front row seat and make them pay attention. If I shoot for the 3, then I ain't never missing. Cranking up the degrees like I was in the kitchen. Can't lose, got too much to prove. And when you do it all, it get too hard to do it.
Our curriculum and facilities are cutting edge, and our relationships with industry leaders give students an edge over the competition. Check it out. You can get real-world experience with degrees in recording industry, media arts, journalism and strategic media, and more. Media and entertainment at Middle Tennessee State University. Learn to shine.
Welcome back to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Ottman, and students and faculty in our College of Media and Entertainment brought home Emmy Gold to campus recently, thanks to a commercial they produced, directed, and composed. It's a great pleasure to welcome to the show Ali Sultan, an associate professor in our Department of Media Arts, and Kelly Gray, a senior majoring in commercial songwriting, to talk about the spot, We Do It All. Ali, Kelty,
yeah.
You won an Emmy.
We did. Pretty good.
Yeah.
Not bad. You know.
We Do It All, right? and it's for We Do It All, this fantastic commercial that was a labor of love between so many great and wonderful people. Let's talk a little bit about the origin of the commercial. We had this huge event with the Judds on campus where everybody collaborated and everybody got together, and it created this great visual. And then we said, well, how can we tell others that we do these amazing things? And from there, Ali, what happened next?
It was a great idea. Andrew, you had this idea to make a 60-second spot to air on the CMT broadcast of the Judds. And you went to Beverly, and Beverly worked with me and Marie Barnes, who's the chair of the Department of Media Arts.
She had she really had a spark of inspiration on this, right?
Yeah, she had the idea initially to kind of take students using that LED wall, take them to different places, to showcase all of the different departments and programs in the College of Media and Entertainment.
Your music, Kelty, you co-wrote the song. You're singing and you're fiddle playing.
I'm playing
I mean,
fiddle.
that is the earworm that stays with you, is that your amazing work on the fiddle. how excited are you about this?
Oh my God, I'm over the moon. My time at MTSU has been incredible, but this is like the cherry on top. This whole experience from the songwriting contest to write a commercial song, recording it in the studio, filming it, and then ending up at the Emmys. I have learned so much through every step of this, and it's also just been like the coolest experience of my life.
I think we've got to show the commercial. So let's show the commercial.
We do it. The stars come to Middle Tennessee State University, and students come here to become stars, no matter what they pursue. We do it all. We're the only college of media and entertainment in the world, just outside the heart of Nashville.
Look, mic check, 1, 2, everybody listen. When you do it like this, ain't no competition. I'm talking B.I.G., VIP. Treat them like a front row seat and make them pay attention. If I shoot for the 3, then I ain't never missing. Cranking up the degrees like I was in the kitchen. Can't lose, got too much to prove. And when you do it all, it get too hard to do it.
Our curriculum and facilities are cutting edge, and our relationships with industry leaders give students an edge over the competition. Check it out. You can get real-world experience with degrees in recording industry, media arts, journalism and strategic media, and more. Media and entertainment at Middle Tennessee State University. Learn to shine.
Wow, I love that commercial. I love how Lily, who's the narrator of the commercial, comes out of the LED wall. literally, she goes from interviewing Little Big Town to boom, and here she is. And then there's this whole walk that Lily does throughout the College of Media and Entertainment. So that's how we wove in journalism and media arts and recording industry. And then there's a cool ending, right? Where there's a little bit of a, whose inspiration was that?
Oh, the animation?
Yes.
Oh, how fun is that? Well, you know, we have a wonderful animation program in media arts. So Paul Griswold, who's one of our faculty in animation, worked with our student Emily Rink, who's a senior animation student, who they had an idea to come up to turn Grace Chu, our student, into an anime character. And so Emily just rotoscoped the shot, drew over it frame by frame, and she did it in, you know, a couple days. It was amazing. So we were able to put that in the commercial. I think it's such a great moment where, yeah, Grace is drawing and she's so passionate that she becomes her own character that she's creating.
It is. So in the center of the song is Nick, right? So we go from this upbeat and fabulous Kelty with your singing and your fiddle playing, and then we go into a rap song right in the center of that.
Legendary Nedge, isn't he amazing?
He is amazing. He is amazing. That change in tempo from a director standpoint, that was not an accident, right?
You know, I have to give a lot of credit to Bess Rogers because she is the professor of commercial songwriting that coordinated, and she co-produced the whole spot with me, and she made the song happen. And she worked with Legendary Nedge, is his artist name. She gave him a chance to do a rap. Apparently, he wrote that, and no one had heard it. He had been practicing in his bathroom.
That was not spontaneous stuff.
No, he did. He showed up, and the first time anyone ever heard it was when we filmed that moment when he was recording. And we did that like 5 times, and he was the same every single time. So he was right on, and yeah, I just think like what Bess did in putting this song together is really spectacular. Like, 'cause the song is the centerpiece of the commercial, and I'm so glad that it's there and that you wrote it with your peers.
Yeah.
And you had a moment where they handed you this. And we're going to show that. There's going to be a little bit in the background for our viewing audience, but talk about the moment when they handed you the Emmy and you're up there on stage at the podium talking about it.
Oh my God. So when we went up there, I think I was in such shock and so excited that I like blacked it out, but then they handed me the Emmy and I was like, shoo, like, whoa. And so I remember it so clearly. That's like a lifetime achievement. I got to thank like MTSU and then my mom holding the award and like looking out at everybody, and I saw the dean of the school at our table like cheering us on.
It was a very special night for MTSU, and it was a special night seeing you up on stage, seeing everybody celebrate this great achievement for the university. Thanks for sharing on the show.
Yeah.
This has been the most fun segment
Thank you
ever.
for the opportunity to make this and to really like let the College of Media Entertainment like showcase what we can do, because I think that like this was truly a collaborative effort with a lot of faculty and students that came together, and I'm just so proud of how it turned out.
I'm proud too. I'm proud too. And this does wrap up this edition of Out of the Blue. A reminder, you can find news about the campus 24 hours a day by going to our website, mtsunews.com. You can also find special content on social media platforms, X, Facebook, Instagram, and Threads. Broadcasting from the Center for Educational Media, I'm Andrew Ottman. Stay safe, stay on course, and remain true blue.
We got beat by.
Good evening and welcome to the Board of Mayor and Alderman Workshop. It is March 28th, 2024. It's 6:30 p.m. I call this meeting to order. I will have the prayer on Tuesday night, and the Pledge of Allegiance will be with Alderwoman Haas. Everyone should have a copy of the minutes from the February 29th workshop, the March 7th regular meeting, and the March 20th special meeting. We will have one presentation at the actual meeting, and then we'll have departmental reports. Then we will move on to old business, which is second reading ordinance 2024-04, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2023-2024 general fund budget. It's a second reading. Does anyone have any questions? And this is an additional $11,000 needed for tools and equipment for the new pumper for the fire department. Moving on to the consent agenda. First, we've got approve or reject city bids and purchases. Number one is request for qualifications and proposal, professional asset management services for the street department. And we have someone from Kimberly Horn who's going to do a presentation for us.
Yes. Thank you. We've got our PowerPoint here teed up. So thank you. My name is Zach Dufour. I'm with Kimberly Horn. Going to speak a little bit about our proposed scope of work for asset management, particularly pavement management program. We have done a lot of work. Hopefully you guys are familiar with the name. We've done over 80 projects for the city in a wide variety of aspects, from roadway work to private development work across the city. And so excited to be kind of jumping into a new discipline and a new service type for you guys. In specific to pavement management, we have a national team that's gonna work on this program. They've done projects for cities across the country, but they have also worked for Mount Juliet and the city of Oak Hill within Middle Tennessee with really the same kind of scope of work, same software system that we're gonna use for you all. Pavement management basics. So a lot of cities we've worked for where we've implemented this program, and I'm not saying this is you guys, right? It might be, it may not be, but a lot of cities pave roads based on the number of phone calls they get, who screams the loudest, or the streets that are the worst, which is certainly not atypical. But I'm going to kind of go through a little bit more of a strategic approach based on, sort of industry standard for pavement management. So five-step process. The big picture is really to keep the good roads in good condition. So it sometimes throws people for a little bit of a loop when they ask questions like, well, how come we're not paving the worst street in town? And I'll speak to that a little bit more later on. So general scope of work, we've got three kind of sections. Pre-field is the mapping component. So we're going to gather data. We're going to collect as much as we can from the history from the city. We're going to map the whole city, map the streets that we're gonna evaluate and analyze. Then we're gonna go in the field. We're gonna do the data collection, and then the post-field process is analyzing that data and giving you guys reports and recommendations. The expected outcomes are annual budget targets, and then eventually a capital improvement program for street repairs. Okay, so basics to pavement management. The challenge is always too much work, not enough money, right? Simple. So our program is how do we optimize that and how do we prioritize the work that needs to be done that we know we probably can't do everything that we want to do. So five-step process starts with what do we have? That's the data collection part, right? Understanding where we are, how many streets, what condition they are. Obviously get into condition. And then when do we need to do the work? The next three all kind of go together, right? When do we need to do the work? What work do we need to do, and how much is it going to cost? So really kind of making that list, prioritizing what, when, and how much. Bottom line is, again, keep the good roads in good condition. If you fix it now, you're paying less over the life of the project. So this is probably the best slide that we use to help kind of explain how pavement management, proper pavement management really works. So if you look at that curve, you really want to prevent doing work down here where that deterioration curve really starts to take a dive. because you're going to be spending 4 or 5 times as much to fix that road if you wait until it gets to the bottom of that deterioration curve. If you spend a little bit of money earlier in the life of that pavement, it can extend that pavement for much, much longer, and you never have to spend those large dollars. And so if you look at this second curve, which I think is, there we go. So those little spikes that you see, so if you spend $1, right, the dollar is relative, right? $1 instead of 4 to 5 or 6 to 10, earlier in the life cycle, it bumps up that condition, and it starts that kind of that deterioration over again, right? And so you're avoiding that big drop where you're having to reconstruct an entire roadway, which costs a lot more money. And so the goal is to be able to, over time, get the streets to a condition where we're spending smaller dollars on more streets instead of larger dollars on 1 or 2 streets a year. Okay, so starting off with what do we have, right? We're going to define the network. We're going to use GIS to map the city. We're going to start with the network, the street network. Obviously, we're not going to recommend that you guys go pave a T-dot street, right? We're only going to focus on city streets. And then we'll break each street into different branches, different blocks. So we'll analyze block by block or intersection to intersection. And then sometimes on long stretches, we may even analyze certain parts so that our analysis can be broken up into different segments. And then we'll do a historical records review, looking at past paving projects, past deterioration, to help us really hone in on how long pavement lasts in the city, based on some cities obviously have more salt and snow removal and things like that. We've got a pretty good idea of Middle Tennessee deterioration curves, but you guys may have some local nuances that we'll want to know about. Okay, so then what condition is it in? Field inspections. You see that van that we've got in the picture? That's our subconsultant that does all the data collection. So we're not just using a visual observation. This is like super technology. When these guys come out, there's cameras and sensors and all kinds of stuff. That'll drive every street in the whole city, and it'll measure cracks. It'll identify, not only cracks, but length of cracks and size of cracks and potholes and every distress that you can think of, and it'll catalog all those for us to kind of take in and analyze when we get to that point. So it's really impressive. I would suggest, I'm sure when they come out to start, we'll do a demonstration. Staff can come out if anybody wants to come out and kind of check it out or see the results. We can certainly accommodate that, but it's pretty impressive what they're able to do. We use an ASTM methodology for pavement condition index. So all that data goes in, and what comes out is what we call a PCI. And then we do recommend that you re-inspect your roads on a regular basis, 3 to 5 years, 5 to 7 years, just to make sure that we're following that deterioration. I mentioned ASTM, so this is an industry standard for pavement condition index. It goes from 1 to 100, obviously, 100 being the best, 0 being completely failed. And there's different classifications for both asphalt and concrete streets. Okay, so as I mentioned, all of the input, distress type, severity, quantity, all of that's cataloged, kind of put into the algorithm, and out comes a PCI. And you see kind of based on the scale, similar to the graph I showed earlier, going from 0, really, really bad, to 100, which would be a brand new street, and everything in between. Okay, so then when do I need to do the work, right? Obviously, I've already mentioned repairs become more expensive the longer you wait and the older the pavement becomes. We want to find that sweet spot to balance the cost and the performance. And so this graph kind of shows the earlier in the life cycle of a pavement, you're doing routine maintenance. You might be doing pavement rejuvenator or crack sealing or some kind of chip seal or something like that that's much less expensive. And as that pavement life cycle goes on, you're getting into preventative maintenance, rehabilitation, and then reconstruction, obviously. And we have all kinds of different kind of repair techniques that we apply at those different levels. So speaking of that, these are about 8 different repair techniques. So at number 8, you see is full depth reconstruction, where you're tearing up the whole road and you're rebuilding it from scratch. Most expensive happens at the farthest end of the life cycle of a road, all the way up to something that happens earlier, just to crack seal or fog seal or put down pavement rejuvenator, and everything in between. So the higher the PCI of a road, the recommendation we would make would be higher on that list, right? It would be a cheaper, quicker, easier repair, as opposed to the lower PCI. You'd be getting into a mill and overlay or a full depth reconstruction. Okay, and so this is sort of one of the main outputs that we have. After we've collected the data, after we've analyzed the data, we're able to run scenarios on all that data. And so we're working with city staff to determine, all right, do we want to get recommendations based on a certain budget? Do we want to get recommendations based on a certain condition of our roads? And so we'll run a bunch of different scenarios for you guys. You can see that, and this is just an example, but PCI today, so we'll be able to tell you, okay, your average condition across the entire city, let's say it's a 62. So we can kind of say, let's maintain, what do we need to do to maintain that 62? Obviously, roads are going down, so to maintain it at the same level, we need to be putting money in so that it's even with the deterioration. We'll also run a scenario, which hopefully isn't the one you guys pick, but we'll run a do-nothing scenario, so you can see over 5 to 10 years how much of an impact that has to the street. Excuse me. And then there's budget scenarios. Those are pretty high budgets, right? It might not be 10 or 15 million a year. It might be a couple million a year. But we can run different scenarios to say, all right, if you spend $1 million, if you spend $1.5 million, if you spend $2 million, here's what your conditions of the road's going to do, how much it's going to go up or down. And then we typically run what we call a backlog elimination, which is really to get the entire city up to a point where we're averaging good condition, in the 90 to 100 range, just so you can see really how much that would cost. Nobody ever really picks that solution, or do nothing. It's somewhere in between. But budget driven versus performance driven, we can run both scenarios so you guys can really kind of see how that impacts the condition. Okay, and then lastly, all of this data, these algorithms and the scenarios, we put into a program that we developed called Drive, Database for Roadway Inventory, Visualization, and Evaluation. And so it's a web-based program. It's really easy to use, super intuitive. Houses all the data that we collect, all the condition assessments, and then it can house all those different scenarios. So if staff wants to look at, we got a little bit more money in the budget, we've got some surplus, what can we do? We can also go in after a paving season, and we can update all the streets that were paved and rerun all the scenarios, because sometimes after a certain year of paving, the recommendations might change slightly after we've done some work. And so each year we recommend that you rerun the analysis. And then obviously it's going to spit out a recommendation for each year of the 5 or 10 year capital plan. And then we have to kind of sit down with staff and put the human element on it, right? It might say pave Main Street from First Avenue to Third Avenue, and city staff might say, well, let's just do the whole thing. Like, it's only one more block. That pavement was better, so the system didn't recognize it, but let's just go ahead and do the whole thing because we don't want people calling and asking, why'd you leave off this one little section? And so there's always that judgment call, or that element that we want to know from the city to add on top of the recommendations to see what needs to be done. If there's a utility project coming up and we maybe we pull a recommendation off the list because we know it's going to get torn up next year, things like that the software won't necessarily know. I think that's it. So tried to be brief, but if there's any questions, I'd certainly happy to answer them.
Just before we open it up for questions, do want to just mention to the board, this is $61,500. This was discussed at the budget that we approved for this fiscal year, so this is part of the budget.
Well, that was something I was going to bring it up. I guess I don't remember it in detail, but so that was approved back last year.
Current year, yes, sir.
The current year. And we're just now getting around to it.
Yes.
To me, but anyway, I guess I have to refer myself over to Michael. He would definitely be the person that would tell us if this would be a big help in his work project.
Yes, sir, absolutely. So this is something that we started discussing last year, as the mayor had mentioned, and it did take some time to establish. There was a lot of discussions internally with staff. We reached out to some other municipalities that were using their service, had to get the RFQ together. That took time, got that pushed out, so here we are today. Everything I have heard back as far as response that these guys are working with has been great. It helps with long-term budgeting, long-term CIP planning, and that's something that we want to establish versus, like Zach said, the phone calls, well, our road's bad. Well, no, why'd you pave that one? Because this one over here is worse. This gives us an identified plan that, you know, goes out and determines the areas that are in the most need.
I had that on my list of questions about other cities. So I guess that answers that. My next one is, how does, when you go out and that van goes around, looks at things, it comes back with this weather that we have. Does it, any kind of consideration, or is that just for us to take it into consideration?
Well, you mean weather like snow and ice and rain and actual weather?
Okay,
yeah.
let me rephrase my question. What time of year do you make that round?
Yeah, so it really doesn't matter because you're looking, they're evaluating the pavement the day that they drive it, right? And so it's not going to get any better. It's only going to get worse, right? And so we're taking a snapshot in time, but then we're applying that curve. And that curve to tell us how it's going to deteriorate, that's when you start to think about weather events and, you know, freeze thaw and where you are in the country, the climate and everything like that that goes into the deterioration curve. Deterioration curves up north, they're going to be much shorter lifespan than what we have here. Usually our pavement in this area is maybe like 25, 30 years. You know, truck traffic will get taken into account, total traffic volume, weather conditions, all that stuff goes into the curve that we develop for the city. But the actual data collection is just at that point. You know, it doesn't really matter when it's taken, as long as you wouldn't want to do it with snow on the ground, right? As long as you can see the street. But yeah, they'll mobilize as soon as you guys give us authorization. We'll get them mobilized up here. I would think within hopefully a few weeks. But the overall project, I know you were mentioning budget year and fiscal year. You know, the project will probably take, I won't speak out of turn, but it might take 6 months for us to actually have a plan, because we'll go back and forth with staff a little bit and, you know, figuring out the budgets that we want to apply and how much the city wants to spend. And, you know, if we tell them, well, if you spend a little bit more, you get a big bang for your buck. So that sometimes takes a little bit of time. We'll have to map it. We'll have to analyze it. I would say about 6 months.
Well, I'm a firm believer in keeping up as opposed to catching up. How come as a city you never had nothing presented to us like this?
Nothing formal like this. We had developed a plan at some point, but it was never a full plan for all city streets. Where this will do that.
Yeah, and I will guarantee the money that's spent on the data collection and the analysis, certainly over the life of even a 5-year capital plan will be saved, just based on being much more strategic on how you spend your money. You'll end up with better overall quality pavement and a better plan. You might end up spending as much as you did before, but you'll get much more out of it. And over the long run, it's definitely a cost savings for the city.
And this gives Leeds back some time, because he will go around to different roads and rank them and evaluate them himself. But I mean, this brings the science into it.
Well, like I said, I'd have to turn my opinion over to Michael, because this is his. And you said the other cities have said that it's worked out good for them. And
yes, sir, that's correct.
Help their departments and.
Yep, and helping with planning. So I'm 100%. I'm all in. For the
Who
services.
coordinates the actual paving? Is that part of what you do? No.
No, ma'am, we would still
That would
utilize
be
our
bids.
contractors that
Okay.
have the bid, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, we'll certainly work with the city to help come up with the list of projects. But then at that point, the projects would be done as if they were
Sure.
done in the past. Yeah.
Yep, thank you.
And that fee is once a year?
No, there's a small fee to keep up with the software, but that initial fee is really just every time you redo the data collection and analysis. So if you wanted to redo the data collection and the evaluation every 5 to 7 years, that it would be about the same fee every 5 to 7 years. But I think the annual fee is only $2,500. Okay, I was gonna say
So
2,000, but
the big fee would be pretty much up to you whether or not it needed to be done or not.
Yes, sir. And like I said, the software will be new to me, but once we get established and we learn it, it may be something that we can do internally, or it may be something that we need to reach back out in 5 years and get additional assistance. So that would be to be determined.
Any other questions?
So, were there any other companies that y'all reached out to?
Well, we did the RFQ, we received one response, which was
Mhm.
Kimley Horn. We did receive some questions and some interest, but nobody submitted a bid package.
Okay, and then base services, is there anything that would come up? I just had nightmares from a previous job where they did a changeover and they did base services and it was a nightmare. So when it says base services, that's everything that you said in your presentation.
yes, absolutely. And I mean, there's certainly always other things we could help the city with, right? The question about paving, we've helped coordinate paving projects before. Obviously, that's not included in the base, but yeah, the data collection, the mapping, the analysis, the reporting. I think we've even got training in there to train the staff on the software and the program. So everything I talked about tonight would be included in that base.
So no surprises right now?
No surprises.
Right now, okay.
Any other questions? Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Moving on to number 2, purchase subscription plan for automated license plate recognition system. And this is essentially $23,950 for a 5-year subscription plan. And essentially, with phase 1 of our LPRs, there wasn't a subscription plan included in that. For phase 2, it was. And so they did not, of course, invoice us for number 2 until just recently, and phase 2 was allocated last fiscal year. So there will have to be a budget amendment, and I believe that's down here under new business. But this is what we need for our LPRs. Does anyone have any questions? Moving on to B, approved contract with the State of Tennessee Department of Safety and Homeland Security for participation in the Tennessee Advanced Communication Network. And this is $200 per radio. And this is to renew that contract. Our ask, because I don't see it in my summary sheet, how many radios do we have?
I have no idea.
And was this part of the budget?
Well, we pay an annual fee already. It's the same price. The price has not gone up. So yes, it would be in our budget.
Any other questions? Moving on to C, approve agreement with Guardian Alliance Technologies Incorporated to perform pre-employment background investigations on applicants for the police department. And this is just like it sounds. It is background investigations for applicants for our police department. The costs for this service are shown in our exhibits, which you should be able to see on, let's see here. It says page 77 of your packet, but it's based on agency size for that fee. Does anyone have any questions about this? D, approve change order number 2 for the professional services agreement with Johnson & Bailey Architects for the LaVergne Fire Station 41 for geotechnical services. This is a change order for $35,842. That would modify the total contract. This would cover additional funding for the third-party testing for the site and the building elements. It will add about another month for the construction administration services, which are being supplied. Does anyone have any questions?
Hey, Chief, when are we looking at opening? You knew I'd ask.
Yes, ma'am, I did. Part of what you see here is covering information in change order number 4. Because of some things that we have made changes to in the contract and the construction project itself, we're going to be delayed by 28 days. There's going to be a contract extension in change order number 4 for that. So we also have some delays in our front apparatus bay doors. They are slated to ship June 17th. So we're hoping to have a grand opening ceremony by the end of June. What we're hoping for.
In time for July 4th.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And Chief already hit on it, but approve change order number 4 with Romac Incorporated for the LaVergne Fire Station 41. This is deducting from our contingency $80,764. And this is for upgrading electrical systems in the training room, adding some emergency lights, additional electrical services, and then some issues as far as with the sinkhole remediation. Anyone have any questions? Moving on to new business, first reading ordinance 2024-05, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2023-2024 general fund budget. And this is for the LPR system that we were just discussing under the consent agenda. Does anyone have any questions? Seeing none, we're going to move on to number 8, Resolution 2024-07, resolution to amend the employee handbook. And Andrew, would you like to walk us through every single minuscule detail of what we're changing?
I know you don't want that.
No.
I'm happy to go over any of the high points, or if any of you have specific questions on any of the summary sheet, I can start with those too.
I think just give us a high level if there's anything specific you want to touch on. I know the public can hear it, but it's updating our document, and it will become a regular thing, I believe, each year to update.
Yeah, I've said this before on other handbook revisions, but this is a living document. Any place you work, there's a handbook, and it's always changing. So in this particular version, we're adjusting a couple of things. I'll point out that we've added a couple of new sections, and the first one I'll point out is in 7.5. This is the section that deals with pay, and we've added some language in that, 2 new paragraphs, one for overpayment and one for recovery. So in situations where we have paid an employee the wrong amount of money, obviously when it is that we've underpaid, we just simply make the correction and move on. But when we've overpaid, we didn't have any language that supported a process for that. So we're adding that language into the handbook. And it's outlined there, but just a high-level view. If an overpayment is $100 or less, we will simply make the adjustment automatically on the next paycheck. If it's $100 or more, we will call a meeting with the employee and walk through what that number is, what happened, how we got there, and then what the process would be for recovery of those funds. That's in section 7.5. In section 8.7, in our last handbook revision, Evan and I spent time talking about, sections related to feedback and performance in the behavioral category for our employees, and he pointed out to me that we did not have language that handled insubordination as a category. So we've added that to the handbook in section 8.7, just to simply call out what that is and when it would come into play. Section 13.5. This is a major revision. I will highlight this one for you because we spent some time in a previous board meeting talking about the Accident Review Board. So the review board started after your approval over a year ago. The board consists of 7 or 8 employees who meet on a monthly basis to review accidents that happen within the city. And we have 2 general categories, right, that we look at. After we review the information on the accident, that the board makes a determination if it was preventable or non-preventable. If the accident was non-preventable, then the board simply signs the document. We move right on to the next review, right? Because if an accident happened because of something that the employee couldn't have avoided, that's understandable. We obviously have had significant conversations about the fact that a lot of our accidents are preventable. And so in a meeting that I held with administration, fire, police, and our fleet maintenance team, we met to talk about what we had done so far in the process of reviewing accidents, what the impact of those steps have been, and kind of are there additional things that we can do. One of the things that we implemented was driver training. So last year we put Sergeant Eubank and Thomas Daniel through a professional driver training course. They trained a number of our staff last year on that course. We will pick up those trainings again next month for those who didn't get a chance to participate in that. That course focuses pretty significantly on backing up as a highly pointed out area of accidents. For the most part, a lot of our accidents are when the car is in reverse, and unfortunately, we tend to hit things that don't move. So part of that training is to help identify different ways to approach backing up. And so that training hopefully will help our process. The Accident Review Board then last year started to add some accountability, right? So if you have an accident the first time, here's what happens. If you come the second time and the third time, and so there was an entire guidelines that you all passed and that we have been following. In a conversation with the department heads, specifically Chief Mays, we focused on the fact that the police department, has a lot of drivers, right, in their department compared to some other departments in the city, and that a vast majority of our preventable accidents are coming from that particular department. And he and I talked, and he felt that we needed a revision to the Accident Review Board to hold his department accountable at a different level. So we talked through what that could look like, and in the handbook, we've added some language, and I'll just share it with you because this will take effect, if you pass this. It's beginning March of 24, which I'll revise to April by the time this is passed. April of 24 through February of 25, employees of the LaVergne Police Department will be recommended on the following point structure. So there's a point structure that's attached to each accident, and based on the points that are assessed by the Accident Review Board, that is what the recommended feedback is, right? So one of the things we talked about before, just a reminder, is we wanted to remove the subjectivity to discipline. We wanted to say, if you did these things in your accident, you got these points, and if your points totaled this is what happens, right? And it's consistent each and every time. So previously, on a first accident, an employee was given a counseling form. That is technical language for there's a conversation that happens between employee and supervisor, and it's a follow-up to an email, right, that says, we talked about this, here's what happened, note that you shouldn't do it this way, and move forward. That step is being recommended to be eliminated for the police department for the next 1-year period. And first accidents would start with a written warning as opposed to a counseling form. Following that written warning, on the second accident, your first step is a 1-shift unpaid suspension. On a third preventable accident, you start at 2 days off, and it progresses from there based on your points. There is still language in the recommendation, as was before, that at a certain level of accidents, your take-home car privileges would be removed for a period of 1 year. That's citywide, right? That's not something that's just specific to the police department. That is citywide, and that's in the policy that we're using right now. Thankfully, we've never had anybody that has reached that level, and I hope that to be the case. If Chief Mays was here, I'm sure he would say this. This change is not necessarily meant to be targeted or extra harsh toward a particular department, but just an acknowledgement that over 90% of our preventable accidents are from one department. And he felt like there was a need, and I agree with that those first accidents need to have a little more teeth behind what happens than just a conversation. I've said this publicly before, which is I think folks tend to drive a little different if they view it as their own money as opposed to somebody else's money. And so when there's a stiffer response from a feedback standpoint that affects someone's pocketbook, hopefully they'll rethink some of those maneuvers or backing up that they're doing. So any questions on that particular item?
Well, Andrew, I know we talked about this yesterday, but I do want to bring Evan in just to make sure, as far as from a legal standpoint, with that change just being for the police department, that legally it is not muddy water for us.
No, we have the ability to apply that to any department we want to. So.
Okay.
The other changes in the handbook all are small in nature, reflect actions that we are already doing. Chapter 16 is the Dayforce chapter. We've made a number of changes to that. Just practically, what it says in the book now is not what we're doing since we've launched the program, so we've cleaned up that language a little bit. Happy to answer any questions if anybody has anything in the highlights that I've missed. But a change in employee handbook is a very common thing. I hope to make it less common and do it less often because it's time intensive, but it's an important book and helps us guide and create a culture for our employees that they know what to expect and they can come to work and enjoy their time here as well.
So whenever you make these changes like this, you put them on paper and then you add it, you slide it in a new book, get all the employees to sign it, or do you print a whole new book?
Well, we used to do both those things. Now with Dayforce, we simply upload a new electronic version to each person's profile and they can view it at any point. It's also internally available on the employee information portal. So it's more digital now than it is in print. We do give a printed copy to every new employee when they start, and we will highlight, obviously, changes to that. It's not practical to necessarily print 300 copies of the book every time we make a change, but the digital version is accessible at any point.
Any other questions?
Have you noticed since he's moved over to the big desk that he's more
succinct?
Yeah.
Sits next to me.
It's the camera.
Is it the camera?
It's the camera.
Okay.
I will gladly give up my seat to anyone from Public Works or Parks and Rec if they would like it.
So like the specific changes to the LPD portion, and I'm just saying the supervisors will should these be approved, the supervisors will talk with their teams and let them know of these changes and stuff. So it won't be left up to the individual person.
Correct. Once the handbook is adopted, then command staff will have a policy and a procedure that they follow to share that information. It will be cascaded down so everybody has an opportunity to understand it.
Any other questions? Moving on to Resolution 2024-08, a resolution authorizing the City of LaVergne to participate in the National Purchasing Cooperative Program. This is just another purchasing cooperative that's out there. The state allows us to participate with them, and there are several organizations here in Tennessee that use this, so it can be beneficial to us. Any questions? Moving on to Resolution 2024-09, a resolution to write off Water Department bad debts. And this is something we do every year. You should be able to see everyone's names and amounts in here. If you know of anybody personally, feel free to reach out to them. Many of them have been contacted by Fox. You'll see that on the spreadsheet. Fox is a collections company that the city uses, so and they've not been able to collect on these. But after so many years, we have to write them off. Does anyone have any questions?
So and I've asked this before, Evan, I mean, there's a couple on here that's like $4,000, $5,000. Are those just not even worth trying to go after and pay the?
I mean, at this point, when it gets to this point, there's been effort, and it's just, yeah, not worth it.
I'll ask you again next year.
That's fine.
Any other questions? Okay. And then motion to approve the new city mission statement, vision statement, and objectives. And so from our planning retreat last year, the city has been working on a new mission statement, vision statement, and objectives. This was all presented last month to the board. And so this is just a motion for us to adopt those. Does anyone have any questions?
Once again, great job. That's awesome.
Now, Andrew, are we going to have a fire pit whenever we get to vote on this? Just right out here?
We can add it to City Hall renovations sometime in the future. We'll add a fire pit.
We'll need a renovation after the fire pit.
Vice Mayor, thank you for those comments. It was a team effort. I will revert back to the team that worked on this for those weeks after the retreat, but we're super pleased with where we landed. I hope the citizens are as well.
Any other questions? Thank you. Moving on to Resolution 2024-10, a resolution to authorize the mayor to execute a license agreement with CoStar Realty Information Incorporated. This is a piece of technology that our economic development director and I have been in discussions with for probably 2 years now, as far as about their services. And we think it can add value to what is being done to recruit new retail to the city. And this is a resolution to authorize me to execute that agreement. The maximum amount it would cost is $10,320 per year. And there are funds in the economic development budget, but we will also look at any discounts that they have with the ICSC Recon event in May. Because if they're offering a discount at that big convention, we want to take advantage of that. But this has multiple uses, whether it's telling us number of permits pulled for whole areas. It gives us traffic estimates, comps, market data. I mean, it is probably one of the most robust systems that we've seen. Murfreesboro just recently signed a contract with them. Lebanon works with them as well. The Chamber in Memphis works with them. So we think it's something that can add value to what we're doing with recruiting new business. Does anyone have any questions? Moving on to 13, we've got appoint or remove board and committee members. First, we've got the Stormwater Appeals and Advisory Board. We've got 2 terms that have expired, and I know I've spoken to 2 different people today alone who may be applying. We just have to wait and see for Tuesday. But Ann has been advertising this on social media. Jerry's had it on Channel 3. So hopefully we can get those last 2 ones filled. If anyone is interested, they still can apply. The application's on the city website under boards and committees. And then we've got an FYI, which is the Beautification and Arts Advisory Committee. We've got one term that is expiring, which is Laura Ward. Her term is expiring April 30th. Staff will reach out to her to see if she wishes to remain on this committee. And of course, they'll start advertising it as well. Moving on to, we've got 2 other items which were both discussion items that Alderman Waldron requested. He is not here, so I don't know what all he wanted to touch on with those, so we will simply roll those to probably our next workshop, if that's whenever he wants to do those, and can go through and discuss these. Because again, I don't know what all he had for these items for discussion. And then we've got mayor and alderman comments. Alderwoman Hobbs.
Just thanks to the Public Works Department, Stormwater Department for fixing up Arbor Ridge area over there, the road concerns that were brought to us from our citizens. We appreciate it. I've gotten a lot of really positive feedback, so thanks for your quick work on that. You guys did an excellent job. Very impressed. Thank you. And happy Easter. Yeah.
Alderwoman Haas.
As I was walking to my car to come to the meeting, one of my neighbors stopped by and said, "Thank you for getting the roads fixed." So I told him that I would pass it on to our guys here at the meeting, and it's really appreciated and it's really noted. And happy Easter.
Vice Mayor No.
As I was walking to my car at the senior center, somebody asked me when are they gonna fix Stones River. But no, I add to these ladies, not only is Public Works and everybody, Parks and Rec, Library, Planning, everybody, all the department heads, all you folks are doing a phenomenal job, even Bruce over here.
Even Bruce.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
But I know as the title of vice mayor and as a tax-paying citizen, I appreciate it, everything you do.
Well, I want to first off thank all of the staff, whether it's police and fire, parks, library, for a fun time with our the Easter drive-through. And we had like a 2-hour wait with this. Dunkin' Donuts was blocked, at least that's what Conrad told me. Couldn't pull in, so.
Around on 4170.
Yeah, so it was massive turnout. So we will work on that for next year to get people through quicker. But still, it was smiling faces. People were not upset, and we had a lot of fun. The kids popped out with their golden eggs, and I mean, they really liked it. So
We got a basket left.
we have one basket left.
Yes.
Wow.
It was the 912? 912?
Well, if you have the golden egg and the coupon, contact Parks and Rec. But it was a fun time. So very much want to thank all the staff that was involved with that, because there's a lot even behind the scenes that people don't see to make that happen. So thank you to everybody, and just thank you to our staff for everything you do. And I'll even take it a step further, and even to Evan Cope, who sometimes gets thrown under the bus for stuff. So we appreciate you guys, and happy spring break. Call this meeting adjourned.
Yes.
Won't you take me back to Tennessee?
The award-winning Tennessee Wildcast is on the air with the latest info about hunting, fishing, boating, wildlife watching, and all things outdoors. This year, we celebrate the men and women of the TWRA responsible for 75 years of wildlife conservation. Now make welcome your host, Jason Harmon.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to this edition of Tennessee Wildcast. I'm Jason Harmon. Glad you're tuning in. Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. We got a great show lined up for you today.
We do. We have the directors in the house.
Yeah. Director Jason Maxedon, our current director here at TWRA, and then Ed Carter, a past director. We're so glad to have you both here today.
Glad to be here, Jason.
Interesting point is one's from the west part of the state.
That's right.
Another was from the east part of the state. So, hey, we got it covered tip to tip.
Yeah, that's a cool fact.
This show,
Didn't think about. So West Tennessee born and raised, and East Tennessee born and raised, and now they call Middle Tennessee home.
Yeah, exactly. End up
well,
in
sometimes,
Nashville.
right? Well, you want to kick off a radio station
Sure,
real quick,
yeah.
Don, and then we'll jump into this fun show.
McMinnville's WBMC 960. We're on the Wildcast on Sunday afternoons, 12:30 to 1. So tune us in there, or on one of the other 30-plus radio stations across the state. We appreciate our radio partners.
We do.
Every day.
Very much so. Speaking of West and East, our radio stations cover the whole state, so we appreciate
Exactly. Yep.
folks running the show, and it's just great to be out there on the radio.
It is.
Well, today it's all about kind of looking back over 75 years of wildlife conservation, and you guys have been at the top of the top of that chart there and leading the agency, and I just thought it'd be fun to get you guys back in and reflect on your years of work and past experiences, and just kind of a storytelling time, and looking back. So I appreciate you guys being here.
I'll just have to say, if I start telling stories, you can do like my wife. She goes, "You've already told that 5 times or 3 times, so you can cut me off."
Too much detail. Not. Well, let's jump in and just intro each other. Jason, let's start with you, and just tell us a little bit about your background, your work history, kind of how you came up through the agency, and a little bit about where we are today.
All right. Well, I started September 1st, opening day of dove season in 2000. So been working almost 24 years, be 24 years this coming September. And my first job with the agency, I started out as the Wetlands Wildlife Forester. And we were talking about Director Gary Myers a little bit earlier, but
Yeah.
I think that was a newly formed position. I was the first one to get to serve in that role. And basically what we would do was go out and manage the bottom and hardwoods of West Tennessee. Did the first timber sale that we ever got to do as a wildlife agency out there, and then bottom and hardwood restoration. I think to date we've restored about 10,000 acres of bottom and hardwoods. So that was my first role with the agency, and then after that I got what I always call my dream job. I always wanted to be a wildlife officer for TWRA, and didn't get to do that. That was not a commission position the first 10 years in the forester job.
Okay.
And so my second job was the manager, a wildlife manager too, over the Lower Old Mound Wetland Complex. So a lot of the different WMAs and one refuge along the Mississippi and the Lower Old Mound River, and got commissioned. Got to become that wildlife officer after all in that position. And
awesome.
I always say that was my favorite role within the agency. After that, I moved up to the Region 1 Wildlife Program Manager, and that was out of our Jackson Region 1 office, where I served there for a little over a year. And basically, that's over all the WMA operations in Region 1 from the Tennessee River to the Mississippi River. And then when Director Carter retired, I got to come up to the Nashville office as the Deputy Director over the field operations side. Did that for 2 years under the direction of Bobby Wilson as Director, and then have been the Director for coming up on 2 years here now.
Awesome.
Yeah, that's awesome. Had a great career. You grew up in the outdoors, right? I mean, you can't work in the agency and not have that background. So you love to hunt and fish and get outside, right?
I love it. I can remember, I was thinking back, starting with my dad really at age 6, just tagging along, rabbit and quail hunting. We would go sauger fishing on the Tennessee River with an uncle. You probably knew PJ Maxon. I know the director knew him, but he would take us sauger fishing. So I got to do that at a young age, and just my passion just grew for the outdoors, and that's how I got into the field.
Awesome. That's awesome. Well, Ed, your background a little different. I mean, you've worked in different divisions across the agency, and now retired. But
and even started when we were Game and Fish,
right?
Before the transition to Wildlife Resources Agency.
So that's really cool. Tell us a little bit about your background there.
Well, I came to work in 1972, which seems like a long time ago. But anyway, I started out, the agency did live animal exhibits at all the fairs across the state and the county fairs. And so I started doing that, taking animals around, setting up the displays and staying with them until that was over. So that was the first part of my job, and I moved into the hunter education, what's called hunter safety coordinator at the time. Stayed in that for a little while, but that moved into the law enforcement division and became training officer, and then after that I went to Region 2's assistant director, and then to chief of boating for about 19 years, and then director, I guess in 2009 became director.
Yeah, awesome. Were you commissioned from the start?
Got my first commission in 1972.
Okay, yeah.
At that time, it was a little different. The whole law enforcement world was different then.
Yeah.
So anyway, I got my first commission in 1972 and worked all over the state. It was really great to be able to do that. So never had a county wildlife officer position, but I worked from one end to the other, and that gave me a great perspective on things, and that was a lot of fun.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. We don't haul animals around these days and show them around, but I think that's pretty cool that back in the day that was one of the one of the roles here at the agency.
One of the crazy parts was, what do you do with those animals when the fair's not going on?
Well, at that time there were very few rehabbers, wildlife rehabilitation folks.
Yeah.
So most of the animals that we had, whatever the local fair was going to be, the officers and the biologists and everybody would get all kinds of what they would call abandoned animals, sick animals, injured animals, and most of those we would try to rehab ourselves, and while they're rehabbing, we'd use them in the fair exhibits, and then in the fall, if we could, turn them back loose, and it was kind of different. We got to be really good friends with some of those little animals, and I remember going up by my dad and mom's house as we were on our way to the Knoxville Fair, and I had a whole back seat full of raccoon cubs. Didn't know that they had an upset stomach at the time. I took them in and turned them loose in Mom's house, and that bedspread was never the same.
You're going to see some footage from an old film that was produced here at the agency in the Game and Fish days, and in that film it shows some things like the wife taking care of the animal that the officer, the husband, had to bring home to take care of, because they got a call and things like that. So it's times have changed. Now we have the rehabilitators that help out with that kind of thing, and
thank goodness.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you for that, for sure. But so outdoor, you grew up in the outdoors, right? I mean, hunting and fishing.
Did. We grew up in kind of a rural area. Hunted and fished with Dad and my brother, and sometimes my sister, till I hooked her so many times she'd never go back fishing. So anyway, we grew up that way, and I could come home from school and literally walk out the door. Dad took the bolt out of an old .22 when I was so young I didn't even know it wouldn't fire. And I squirrel hunted by myself with no gun that would fire for quite some time. But yeah, those kind of things, and he loved to fish, and that was probably his greatest pastime. But we had bird dogs and all that kind of thing, so it was fun.
Yeah, that's neat.
Very cool. That's awesome.
Director Maxidon, I want to hit just a little moment on that bottomland hardwood project that you got involved in. And I mean, you shepherded that thing and made a huge difference in West Tennessee in the bottomland hardwoods. Just kind of give us a little bit of a rundown on how all that worked, collecting the acorns and that kind of stuff.
Well, it was a great project, a lot of fun. And so I did my graduate work at the University of Tennessee at Knoxville, and that's what I was working on was oak seedlings and mixed mass species production for wildlife. And so one of the things when like I said, Director Myers actually started this position, I worked under John Gregory out of the Real Estate and Forestry Division then, and so they stationed me out there, and what we were doing was buying marginal farmlands, and basically that they were in they were in crop production. They were lowlands that would flood frequently, that probably really never should have been farmed, that were once originally cleared.
Right.
And so we were going in and restoring those, and so we would do hydrology work where we would go in and actually restore some of the minor meanders that may be through those systems, and one of the neat things that we did, and I just kind of took an ag background, which I came from, and tried to manipulate that into figure out a way to plant these trees to make them survive because it had been elusive to that point. And so I thought, hey, they're rice farming just right across the river. So I thought we need to put these things in at contours and 1 foot intervals, and we need to start matching tree species to site through elevation. And so, for example, a bald cypress, which can tolerate the most water, water tupelo bald cypress, the two that can tolerate the most water, would be at the lowest elevations.
Sure.
And oak species like cherry bark and swamp chestnut oak, which are your drier site bottomland species, would be at the highest elevation. And you would go out in this field, and there may be as much as 10 feet elevation change. To the eye, it looks flat, but there would be that much. So at the lowest elevations, we would plant those species that could tolerate the most water, and the ones that could tolerate the least amount at the highest elevation.
Yeah.
And so it was kind of a new way to do things, and it was successful. We were having about 98 to 100% success with the seedlings once we started that program.
That's great.
Well, that kind of leads us into my next question was successes and things that you've seen over your time. That's one right there, successful in that adventure there. What's something else that stood out to you in your career that's stood out as a success or a hurdle or that kind of thing?
Well, Director Carter and them started a lot of good things that we've been able to build on as an agency.
Definitely.
And, probably one of the biggest thing is just relationships with partners. We just recognized a partnership with Farm Bureau at our last commission meeting that I know the director worked really hard to get that relationship going, and just those relationships with those partners have been big. The populations of animals. I mean, think about the white-tailed deer and how when Ed started, and maybe even before Ed a little bit, they started, working to bring these populations back. And now we have these sustainable populations that we can hunt.
Yeah.
The story of the eastern wild turkey and what's happening with turkeys. So I would consider all these things great successes. The conservation efforts that have been worked on by the personnel for years, I would think that it's a great success story for our state.
Yeah. Well, Ed, so you probably got a chance to release some of those deer and release some of those turkeys and be a part of some of that in your career.
I did. And it was so good because it spilled across every division in the agency. It didn't matter which division you were in. You could go trap turkeys because you're always short of people. So that, we released turkeys sometimes in places we didn't mean to, but anyway, we moved deer, we moved turkey, and it's amazing because it was such a great effort on everybody in the agency. And I never saw a deer in the wild in my life until I moved to Middle Tennessee and saw some of those. And then the turkeys, of course, they have really responded. And it's been great.
That's cool that you mentioned that because even today, I mean, folks are jumping out there and helping. Like we had the NAS tournament a couple weeks ago, and
all hands on deck.
All hands on deck. People are volunteering to help do that scoring and thing. And then you got the turkey trapping where they're banding some turkeys, and people are on board helping with that. It takes a lot of people, and sometimes you pull in whoever you can to help.
And boating is another thing where folks get pulled in, to help on busy weekends and things like that. Yeah.
The opening weekend of deer season years ago was a huge big deal. And I remember even our maintenance people were pulled in on those weekends to help work those areas because we were so shorthanded. Everything from, the checking stations that you used to have to take your deer to and check it in, and that was a huge effort. And even college kids would come in and help. So yeah, it really is an all hands on deck type thing in a lot of situations, and boating was the same way.
And during those times or those early times, there weren't green trucks with nice logos on the side either. There were in 10.8, we'll see that there's a 59 Chevy with tail fins that are like at least 6 feet long on each side. You can picture. You got a mental. Okay, we got a picture of that we need to show.
Yeah. But, nobody had agency vehicles hardly at all. There were a few for specific things, but about all you had was your car and a radio, and the radio, the box that went to the radio, literally was about this big and took up most of your trunk.
Wow.
And it was quite, and then you had to dial as you went across the state. There were towers. You had a telephone dial on your dashboard, and you'd dial whatever tower you were going to. Well, nobody told me how to use that radio. I'd go across the state, and I thought you had to dial it to be able to talk. Well, I didn't have to say anything, but I wanted to listen, so I'd dial it in. People going, somebody keeps opening these tires and never says anything. Oh, I thought you had to do that. And, oh, no. But anyway, that was about the only communications. There weren't any cell phones, and you had to go to a pay phone for the most part anywhere on the road that you could find one. If you didn't have a dime or a quarter, you're out of luck. So
Yeah. Wow. So you had your own car, an issued radio, an issued firearm, I guess, a sidearm, and then a badge, pretty much.
that was, yeah. And then even the uniforms then were pretty much, you had one uniform. I noticed in the movie too, everybody wearing ties. For years and years, you had to, if you wore a long sleeve shirt, you had to wear a tie. It didn't matter if you were doing enforcement or sailing a pond or whatever you were doing, you had that tie on.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
And then everybody looked forward. There was one date, and it kind of moved. But generally around April the 1st, you switched from long sleeves to short sleeves, and you didn't have to wear a tie. And everybody's going, come on, April 1st.
So when you started, Jason, probably didn't have cell phones either, did we? Or did you have a cell phone? Did you have communication like that?
We didn't have agency phones, but they were really new. The bag phones.
The bag
was really
phones, yeah.
popular then,
Oh, yeah.
But we did not have those as agency employees.
Right. So you probably had a truck and a radio, and maybe a few more changes of clothes.
Well, we did. We had good uniform allotment, but we started out with truck radios, and then we evolved into the handheld radios that our officers use now a lot out in the field.
Yeah. Yeah. The technology has definitely changed.
Definitely better.
Yeah, the blue lights and sirens, all those weren't issued things. So if you had them, you put them on your car yourself. And everybody was issued a little bubble blue light.
Oh, yeah.
I could use a little bitty thing. And one guy who became our chief enforcement later had a Volkswagen Bug. That was his car. And he put that little bubble on top of the Volkswagen Bug, and it looked like a pimple on a pimple. Anyway, that was kind of a different way. But Gary Myers started that movement to get people into agency vehicles, and it was good because it's not cost effective in most cases. I remember tearing the transmission out of one of my vehicles, pulling one of our bigger boats. I came in, I said, "Hey, I tore my transmission out," and they went, "Boy, that's sad."
That's too bad.
That was it.
Oh, wow.
Gosh,
So I went and found enough money to fix my transmission. But anyway, it was different.
Definitely. And now, I mean, our officers, they have the body cams, and our biologists are out there with the tools they need to do their work, and it's just a lot has changed over the years, but all for the good.
It has. I mean, our officers are well equipped. Our officers, the most diverse officer in the state. We are very well trained as officers. Unfortunately, we have to do a lot of things like boating accident investigation, and we've got a lot of new tools that we actually have a robot. It's a ROV, but it's kind of like a robot that goes underwater, and we use it for different recovery things, body recovery, unfortunately, but just to be able to be equipped with those things is very nice and helps us a lot in those investigations.
Yeah, definitely. You talk about the tools and equipped, but those officers and our biologists still going out, sharing the message of what the agency does and talking with school groups, and just like they did back in the day, and things really haven't changed that much, other than maybe the technology, and the mission's still the same. It's
our message about buying a license, so we can do our work, is still in place.
Yeah, we were looking back over some old commercials that Minnie Pearl and Tom T. Hall and some of those guys are doing for us back in the day, and it's the same message that we're pushing out today.
Yeah, and over the years, so many things have changed, and unfortunately, in some cases, I think, but the old has, I guess, a generic name, the mom and pop grocery stores and mom and pop little stores along the way. A lot of work was done inside those, talking to the people, putting the message out, exchanging information, and now it's hard to find one of those. So that role of the officer, biologist, whomever, that used to be a big part of just meeting with people and being involved in local community activities, and sometimes that's even hard now because taking your metropolitan areas of Memphis, and Davidson, Knox, you get into those counties, and it's hard to find those little niches that everybody knows you. And at one time, there's only one officer per county in a lot of places, and some places that hadn't changed yet, but people had to move to different spots all over to get the work done, and that still goes on.
I know for our folks, it's kind of a blessing and a curse, but there are instances when you're in uniform, you go have lunch someplace, and somebody from the public who you've never met before will come up and feel like they know you.
Yeah.
They'll hey, you work for TWRA. I got a question for you. And that happens all the time, doesn't it?
It does. If I can tell one quick story.
Yeah.
That goes on anywhere you go. That kind of thing happens. I'd been working all day, and it was our anniversary, so my wife and I were going to meet for supper. So we go out, and we meet at this little restaurant, sitting there, and this guy comes up and starts doing that, asking questions and talking, and which is fine. But after a while, I was going, well, this is our anniversary. We're so he motions and moves my wife over and sits down with us. And then he starts asking. I said, well, I appreciate this. But we're trying to, have a little. You're not bothering me. So eventually he left and we finished our supper. But that happens all the time.
Yeah, you can't go to a grocery store or a gas station or something like that, and it's a good chance you're going to get stopped.
Yeah.
And ask questions, which we're good with that. I got stopped at the grocery store this past weekend. I was happy to answer the question, found the answer for the guy, and it's
and
great.
they appreciate it, and
they do.
In a lot of ways, it shows how many people really like the wildlife species and the wildlife agency. It gives you a chance to interact.
Exactly.
Sure. Well, let's touch on the I&E. I&E turned into communications, and now we have the R3 and outreach division. And you talked about the earlier fairs and going out and doing the live animals. Now we're still going to fairs here. Wilson County Fair, now the State Fair. We're big presence there. Big presence out at the what's the fair out in East Tennessee?
Appalachian.
Yeah.
Epic Gray
Fair.
Gray Fair. Yeah. So we're still in those fairs and doing things like that. But I thought maybe, Jason, you could touch on the R3 efforts and the changes that you're seeing in your leadership here now, where we have the communications and marketing, and we've branched to R3 and outreach, and the work going on right there.
Well, yeah, so, excuse me, so we just actually pulled that division out where it's separate, and R3 is retention, reactivation, and recruitment, and we're trying to retain hunters, reactivate hunters that may have gone out, and then bring in new hunters. And so we've got a flagship station called Buffalo Ridge Refuge, and it's designated just for outreach events. That started under Director Carter, and we've continued to build on it. We just acquired a new piece of property up on the plateau, and we're actually going to set aside a piece of that property. It's going to be Catoosa Ridge Refuge, and these are going to focus on outreach events. It's more important now than ever. We talk about growing up doing that, but a lot of our youth today are not growing up and doing the same things that we did as far as hunting and fishing. They just don't have the grandfathers or the fathers or even mothers to take them out. And so we're actually going out and recruiting folks to do this. We've got several different programs where we grant funds to partner organizations. The Hunting and Fishing Academy that we grant to the Tennessee Wildlife Federation, a great program that gets folks into hunting and angling. And so really just having this new flagship station once we get the facility built to bring folks in. The first time Fowler's Hunt, that's a great event that we just did with the Tennessee Wildlife Resources Foundation, where we took 60 ladies for the first time to ever go duck hunting. A great event that we pulled off, but it's just trying to bring those new folks in. One other new thing that we've done, we took the ranges that TWRA owns and moved those out of the law enforcement division and moved them into the R3 division. And so a lot of folks that are funding hunting and angling now are actually shooters. They don't necessarily hunt and fish. And so we're going to use that as a recruitment tool to go out and try to recruit those folks through programming to actually hopefully bring them into hunting and angling.
Yeah, that's a big group out there that love to shoot, and that's
seems like a natural transition.
Yeah, definitely.
They're already halfway there. They've got a lot of the equipment they need.
And you guys know about the event that we just had up at John Sevier, Turkey Field Day, where they brought folks in, and so we use the range up there to try to be able to teach them a lot of things about turkey hunting, about what they're going to need, the sounds, everything that they would need. And we had a whole crew go up and actually work on that event. So a great outreach event.
Yeah. We're still hard at it, doing some events, doing fairs like we talked about. Well, now we have more liberal deer seasons, changes in the turkey, the elk. We have elk in Tennessee, and you can hunt on the Ed Carter unit up there. But
if you can get drawn, I haven't been lucky enough yet.
Well, I didn't either. I didn't get drawn. But touch on some of those successes while we got a few more minutes left.
Well, I think it started with Director Carter and the folks that actually started with the restocking programs. I mean, elk, when Director Carter was there, is a great thing. Now we have 19 tags that we give out to be able to hunt elk in East Tennessee. And think about that. I mean, that species had pretty much gone extinct And we found some animals from Elk Island that we were able to bring in, and that population continues to grow. We're about 450 animals now, and we hope to continue to build on that and have more hunting. Same thing with the white-tailed deer. We have very liberal bag limits because we've had a sustainable population. The agency manages a lot of property, about 1 million acres, and that's nice to be able to have that property to manage to bring these species back where you have sustainable populations to hunt.
Yeah.
I was in Region 2. I remember in our little staff meeting one day, the regional manager said, do y'all realize there was 1,000 deer taken in Middle Tennessee last year? Can you imagine that? And now, one of the counties you mentioned, there's like 5,000 deer a year just in that one county. So that was different. And our non-game, which I know it's biodiversity or whatever, but non-game animals, those that aren't hunted or fished for, there's a lot of work being done on that, and a lot of restoration efforts still underway on a lot of those species.
Manage and protect all wildlife species. That was the message in that video that we've been referencing that film, and it's still the message today. It's not just the game animals.
Right. Started out game and fish, and then, well, I guess the emphasis got slid a little bit when Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency came on board in '74, didn't it?
Part of that was for that reason. They said we want to make sure that everybody understands that we're for all wildlife and not just those that are hunted or fished for.
Right.
Which we'd always done, but maybe just wasn't as clear.
Yeah. We wanted to kind of touch on things that are going to happen in the 75th anniversary season. A lot of events coming up this year, Director Maxidon. Just going to run down a quick list here, but Normandy Hatchery Open House in April, Bobby Wilson Free Fishing Day, June 8th, Birds, Bees, Bucks and Trees event, June 29th, Sunflower Festival, July 6th at Forks of the River, Waterfowl Field Day, August 6th, Bob White Heritage Festival, October 5th. A lot of new stuff that we're trying to do, and some old stuff. Some of these have been around a while, but look forward to these events this year. Keep your eye out on our website, tnwildlife.org, for other events.
And speaking of Director Bobby Wilson,
yep.
We have him penciled in for a special Wildcast coming up, celebrating Free Fishing Day, especially since it's named after him now. So what a cool thing.
Yeah, we'll get Bobby in here, previous director, chief of fisheries.
Yes.
And learn about his career and talk about Free Fishing Day. That'll be fun. Watch out for the new combo hunting and fishing guide this year. We're lumping those together, make it easier for the sportsman to have it all in one spot. So it's going to be a fun year. I appreciate you guys being here with us today.
Thank you all. I'm excited to see all the activities for the 75th celebration this year, but thank you.
And it's easy for me to remember. The agency and I were both created the same year, so 75 years is easy for me to remember.
Yeah, that's fun. That's 75 years. It's amazing to think back on just the successes in those years. And experiences from both of you guys. And
thank both of you for all you've done and the dedication and service to
the
this
labor
state.
of love, right?
Thank you, gentlemen.
Yeah.
Thank you, Director Carter, for coming on today.
It's home week for sure, but thank you all. Appreciate it very much, and for all that everybody does inside this agency.
Definitely. Well, thank you all. Hey, this is Tennessee Wildcast. Keep coming back, keep watching, keep listening. Subscribe, like us, share us, and we'll see you next time.
Stay connected with TWRA by visiting our website at tnwildlife.org and follow us on Facebook, X, and Instagram. Join us as we celebrate 75 years of conservation in our great state. You can invest in Tennessee's wildlife future by purchasing a license at GoOutdoorsTennessee.com. That's GoOutdoorsTennessee.com.
Good evening and welcome to the Board of Mayor and Alderman meeting. It is March 7th, 2024. It is 7 p.m. I call this meeting to order. We do have a quorum. Tonight the prayer will be with Alderman Waldron. The Pledge of Allegiance will be with the Vice Mayor No. If everyone would please rise for the prayer and the pledge.
Dear Heavenly Father, we gathered here with bowed head and humble hearts, celebrating your Son, Jesus. Give us the wisdom and guidance on these issues we have in front of us tonight. Be with the brave men and women that is serving our country here and across the world. Be with the people that's suffering and need to watch over us and be safe. Bless this meeting and bond this community. We give thanks to all